Welcome, everybody. Glad you can join me. It has been a fun morning already. I guarantee it. Oh, let me get a little bit higher. Let me get a little lower. I got to do something here. Get me comfortable. It's going to be a good trial. So I'm told. Hello, Mr. Braxton. Hello, Miss Kevin. Hello, Miss Morales. I hope everybody is doing well. We are hanging in there. I was running around looking for my glasses. I couldn't find them anywhere. And the last place I found them was in the kitchen when I made me a sandwich. So go figure. Go figure. How is my sound, everybody? Is it good? Because I can't tell. Let's take care of some housekeeping. For those of you who are just joining and don't know me, I'm Ada Kay, and I am here to cover some of these interesting and intriguing trials. And if we're lucky, we will have our ASL interpreter if she's available to come on today. And in the meantime, we're going to just rock out this court today. So welcome aboard. Thanks for joining. Hey, y'all. I'm Ada Kay. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Wow, it is going to be, I don't know really much about this case. Good morning, Miss Sneaky. Yeah, done that before. Well, these are so hard to find because when you lay them down, they're the silhouettes. And I got these specifically for when I interpret because that way it doesn't impede any of my eyebrows and my expressions. But boy, they are hard to find. On my way to the doctor. Uh-oh, Brax, I hope your knee's okay. Lord, no surgery. No surgery, Lord. No surgery. I know that stinks. I've had knee issues before, and they're not fun. I actually have no ACL in my knee. Yeah, that's a story for another day. Trying to get comfortable. For those of you who don't know, I've been having a problem with my ribs, and it's not been fun. But it is improving. It's improving. So, you got a promotion at work? Oh, that's awesome, Mr. C. Morales. That's okay. Do what you got to do. I'm just blessed that you're here. By the way, before court starts, I gotta get that up. By the way, duh. Before court starts, I want to show you the young man that I'm doing this science project with and for. He is absolutely an amazing young man, and he is well, for lack of a better term, sorry, I have to type in stuff. For the lack of a better term, I'm trying to find the trial. Hold on. Okay, well, I don't see it on there. Dang, let me go to their channel. There it is, are doing a thing where I needed to catch a little jumping spider. I don't like big spiders. Okay, but jumping spiders are cute. I can handle them. And so, every couple of days I get asked questions and I answer them for him. And he compares different species in different areas like East Coast, West Coast, South, and North. And so I'm in the South, so I got that. And I volunteered to go ahead and do it. He asked and I said I would. But they also get graded on the enclosures. And y'all, I went crazy. Look at the steampunk. There's a chair. I don't know if you could see. Well, do you know what? This one I could take it off because it didn't have a spider in this one. The other one I can't because it has an actual spider in it. But Look at this. I made it using a lid, and you have the steampunk chair and a table and a bench. You got rocks and all kinds of stuff, and then it has these little stepping stones and a little magnet. This other piece. Oh, let me get it on there right. I don't want to break it. This piece here has a magnet, so I can move it around, and then you just put the lid on and seal it, and there you go. Isn't that cute? And to think people pay a ton of money for these. This one, I'm trying to find the spider. The spider was out earlier, but no spider out right now. If I look hard enough, oh, he's back here. But this has the little tree man, and this is on with a magnet, so I can move it around. Move it a little forward, actually, so I can move it around. The nest is on with a magnet, so I can move it around, and they'll build their home in that nest. I made the bridge. I made the little seat. There's a little rock path. Isn't those so cute? Oh, there's the little spider. There's the little spider right there. There's a little bugger. It came out. I think this one is a female, but there she is. It's hard to see her. Let me see. Oh, she's gone behind the plant. But anyway, they will be released back into the wild. Don't y'all worry. They're cute. I'll build it. I'll build you an enclosure. But they are cute, especially when they get their little hands and go like they're playing with you. Anyway, I just decided to rock it out. I do something called geocaching, and I make geocaches, and I make some weird little fun ones and sneaky ones. And so I had a bunch of materials and a bunch of art stuff, and I said, let me see what I can come up with. So I just bought the food containers and drilled my holes and did all that. Yeah, he can hang out with the tree ant. It's a cool. Hey, it's better than where it came from. It was on a tree. Well, that's a place for spiders, but there is the wood in there that I have. It's that thin birch wood. It's real, so it's got some real life and not so. We mist them once a day for water. So she is Pineapple. I have the male. He's much smaller in my front office. He's too small for this right now. He's Pickle. Pickle and Pineapple are their names. Pickle for recovery addict because he just loves bugs. I ought to send him a picture of this and say, hey, here's your namesake. Just watch his skin crawl. Oh, he'd have a conniption. He would die. He would absolutely die if he saw that thing. Oh, no, I'm going to I got to send a picture. I have a thing I can put on my phone to really magnify. So I'm going to magnify it and get it like when I catch it, like sitting on a bridge or somewhere kind of cute. Then I'm going to take a picture with it with that magnifier on, and I'm going to send it and say, here's your new namesake, Mr. Pickles. He's going to kill me. Especially how he reacted to the water bug. Oh, it is so funny. He's going to kill me. But we had to name him something. So the little girl is Pickles, and little girl is Pineapple. The little boy is Pickles. Poor R.A. Poor thing. Oh, yeah, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Not today. Not today. Okay, so if you didn't catch my little quick video this morning, we talked about the Rust trial and Alec Baldwin and the judge's snarky, salty written ruling on the motion for dismissal and all that kind of stuff with Alec Baldwin. She nailed Morrissey to the floor. She nailed Popple to the floor. All of them got nailed to the floor. And now that there's a ruling that this is oh gosh, I've lost the word, Brady violation ruling, these people will be, unless for some reason they can't be, should be, and ought to be on the Brady violation list. So that means when they go to testify, they'll be on the Brady violation list, and that won't look so good for them. So I'm excited for that. I mean, I shouldn't be excited for people to be on the naughty list, but they're on the naughty list. Sorry about that. Native American stuff going on my other iPad. I'm trying to set it up. I finally got my big iPad set up, so I got 4 screens I can look at. Not TV screens, but I don't need big TV screens, I don't think. So, anyway, we are waiting with anticipation. They say it's supposed to start at 12:15. It is now 12:15. So, Robert Tellis is a 46-year-old former Democratic county administrator of the estate of Clark County, Nevada, is on trial for the murder of the Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter Jeff German, age 69, after German had written several articles that were critical about Tellis, a public administrator at the time. He was found stabbed to death outside his home September 3rd of 22. Prosecutor claimed that Tellis's DNA was found under German's fingernails. Tellis has pled not guilty and says he was framed for the murder. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds right. Another whodunit and another who's framed. So we'll see. We shall see, y'all. What are y'all thoughts? Has anybody heard about this trial? This is new to me. I hadn't followed it much. I didn't pay too much attention to it. Never heard anything about it until yesterday. So that's where I am, y'all. Okay, got that up and running. We are good to go. So while we're here, let me do some housekeeping. As you know, I drink this fabulous coffee. It's called Shooter Shack Coffee, and it is divine. And they are our sponsor. So let's hear a word from our sponsors, shall we? Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, show them some love, y'all. Oh, you watched the pretrial hearings and he's a slime ball. He even looks creepy. Yes, I did watch just a hair of that last night. But y'all, this is going to be good. Okay, I've got to run, little girl, to the restroom before we get started. I apologize. I can't gauge this. So let me put this on with a little music and we will be right back. Thank you so much for your patience. You know, critters. Oh, yes, we are so happy to have Miss Kevin back. We did good without her. We love her. Oh, wrong way. Wrong way. And it was a blessing that she got to go be with her family and have a little time away. Man, I'm glad you're back. To all my other mods who helped hold down the fort, you did great too. We survived. Oh, Miss Sneaky. I mean, Miss Kevin, did you get to see this? I found this at Goodwill for $2. It's very old. Bam. I'm going to enjoy using that. I is. Much to this time away. Ah, just wait till I get. Oh my gosh. How long will you be gone for that? When is that? I need preparation time. For those of you who don't know, we YouTubers can't do this alone. And a lot of the time, we have, well, all of us have people in first week of September. That's right. All of us have people in the background. Sorry, guys. Trying to get the pillow on that rib. Ooh, that's better. And without our mods, we could not do this. So, um, yeah. So we have a team of people, and I have a mod boss, and she helps with all the mods. And then we have a head researching mod, Miss Ronnie. Miss Sneaky Side is one of our fabulous mods. My tech mod is the infamous, the wizard, Braxton, the wizard. We call him the wizard. You want Kawachi? What? No, baby, I'm good. Hey, Matt, I couldn't even finish my sandwich. Leave it there for you. Yeah. Thank you, babe. Pull it all the way. Matt, this door doesn't close all the way, and you have to really pull it hard. So, anyway, give us a few days before we have to gear up for it mentally again. Well, I will say, Sneaky Side, you filled in fabulously. You did so great. I am so proud of you. I may switch ears today only because sometimes wearing the hearing aids all the time, it kind of, I get to where I just want to get them off. So hold on a minute. Can't do it. Oh. There we go. I can hear me. I can hear everybody else. Yay. Um, Unfortunately, with the hearing aids, there's a little echo. Literally, I can't get rid of the echo with the Bluetooth. And it's a hard, hard ear thing. So I'm going to turn these off. So, well, maybe they don't squeal if I set them. Can y'all hear squealing? I can't tell if they're squealing or not. I don't think they are like that. But what happens is, I'm going to turn off the Bluetooth though. Disconnect the Bluetooth so y'all don't get reverb. Okay. So this is a softer ear mold. And some days I just need it. But the problem is I got a cord. And I like having the hearing aids because if I have to get up and leave, I can still hear across the shop what's going on. But anyway, more comfortable for the moment. I may have to switch back. But for now, giving that pressure a rest because these don't go as far in. All right, guys. Court is starting to have movement. Let's get everything up and rolling. Oh, I got to get my notepad. I got to get myself ready. Oh, I feel like a cheerleader. Ready? Okay. Sorry, y'all. I promise you, I haven't taken meds yet. I should have. Preview. Are we we on? Yeah. So, someone wanted to see my stream. I do this every once in a while. I'll go ahead and show it again. We'll do it this way. Put that to stage. So I got this one. I got all this. I got my StreamYard up, Stream Deck, and my StreamYard. There's my coffee bar up under the live. But this is my setup. It's cool. Sneaky, they really are. I do have a little scar tissue in there, and it just there are days I just want to get in here and rip off the hearing aids. It is just absolutely insane. And when I have intracoronary hypertension situation going, I can't wear the hearing aids because the pressure is intolerable. Okay. Nope. Nope. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to figure out how to do this. I can put that up there. I'm trying to get my binder that I forgot to pull. Ugh. And this is not the best way to do it, but it is what it is. I got it. And this wire is going to go over this because it's driving me back crazy otherwise. There we go. Okay, y'all. So we are ready for the next case. I got my pen. I got everything I need. I got this up and going. There we go. We're all good. Yay! Woohoo! Now, I will say that there is a photo I saw of the tip of Richard Tellis, finger that was damaged, supposedly in the attack. And let's see, the 14th. So it's pretty gruesome. But I don't know what all they're going to show. I don't know anything about this case, other than he's accused of stabbing to death a gentleman who was a reporter for the newspaper, journalist, who was uncovering and saying some unsavory things about him. Yeah, people don't understand how much hearing aids can be very uncomfortable. The ones that have the thin wire and it looks like a little basket that goes in your ear, man, those don't bother me at all. But the ones I have to have cover the entire, even this outer piece goes into the ear, it totally seals it off. Otherwise, they're so strong that otherwise, if they didn't, they'd be squealing. What, baby girl? Oh, our little spider's moving around and exploring. I don't know if you can see the little critter right there above the black rock. Right. Oh, wrong side. Right there. Our little spider. One of the things I'm to observe is the activity hours when they're active. Now, like I said, I really don't like spiders. But the only one that I would ever do is this little jumping spider because they really, if you were to get bit, it really doesn't feel like anything. This size, it wouldn't even feel like an ant sting. Just feel like a little prick. But little one is crawling around and active, so I got to record that. Now, they normally build a wet or a little nest up in the upper corners, and that has not happened, but I've only had this particular spider for 48 hours, so we'll see. We'll see. I do need to get it some food. I'm going to go get it some food tonight. But anyway, it's a cutie. Afternoon, Mr. Hockey Mama 11. We're talking about a project for a friend of mine's kid that I'm helping with. I have a little jumping spider. a little jumping spider that I'm helping with their science project. I have another one, but it's too small, but it can't go in that other enclosure. Oh, but either tonight or tomorrow night, whenever I feel like it, we'll see how today goes. I'm going to go on and we're going to read through the entire uh, filing on the Rush trial. So we'll get to do that a little bit later. But with this trial, we'll see what happens. I'm going to take this off screen now. Put me back up and in begin. There we go. All right. Yeah, Miss Kevin will be gone an entire week in September, y'all. Oh, what am I going to do without her? Actually, God sent us another little angel called Miss Sneaky Side. I like to call her Sneaky Pants. I don't know why. I just do. Before court gets started, I do have one more thing to do, guys. I'm excited about this. This happened recently. Just watch. Oh my God, y'all. We did it. I can't believe it. We actually did it. Exciting news. Memberships have launched. Memberships are a great way to financially support this channel. Starting at the juror level of membership, we will be hosting members-only lives. Also, at the judge level, we will be having VIP events. We hope you will enjoy sporting the membership badges and soon-to-come exclusive emojis. Thank you for watching and supporting the stream and my dream to provide accessibility to the deaf and hard of hearing. I am hoping at some point this afternoon Miss Diane can hop in, but I think she's actually on another job because it's not like her to not answer her phone. And the only time she does not answer her phone is when she is on another call. Let's see if I can. Oh my gosh, it's ringing. Oh, I gotta do this. Let's see if she answers. Hello, beloved. I've been trying to reach you, but you were on another call. Hey, she'll be here in a minute. Like I said, I knew she was on another call because she's really good about that. Hello, squeegee sided justice. How are you? Well, I hope so. I hope so. I hope it is bombastic. I've never heard that word before. I like that. I like that. We got to adopt that word in our vocabulary. And guys, we did get our new what are they called? Emojis. Let me just pop them up there for the members. I think they're cute. Miss Kevin and I split them up. So I made some, she made some. Probably guess which ones I made. Um, but my favorite outside of all of the court and the deaf, we have two that are cute as a bug. We have the unicorn rainbow poo poo. And then the other one that I absolutely adore is Heidi the Highlander. We call her Heidi the Highlander. And that's my Heidi the Highlander back there behind me. And she's the mascot of this channel. So we have the Heidi Highlander cow logo. I love, 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 love that one. So we also have members only lives that stuff at I think it's the judge level, or is it the jury level, jury $4.99 jury level. And then I am in the works of something special for those who are judge and Supreme Court or Supreme Judge levels. So we are going to be doing some things with that. I am in the process of looking for a company to help with merch. I first thing I want to make is a hat that says I know I got to figure out instead of MIMHO or IHO or MHO. My humble opinion, MHO. I really want to do IMHO because I say that in my humble opinion all the time. But people are going to look like it and go, I'm a hoe. So I would have to have the thing spelt out underneath it. I don't know. But we have been doing a logo competition, but we only had one entry. So I'm a little bummed about that. We have until tomorrow to get the next entry. That is it. I may extend it to the end of the month. I know a lot of people have voiced their um, interest, but I do not have the actual entries yet. So joyful. Let me just pop this up one more. I'm too far away. There we go. Mo better. Uh, oh, all the fun medical paperwork. Yeah, well, just wait. Other stuff is far worse. Excuse the light that's down behind me, guys. It fell down. I know it's kind of hot back there. I'm going to try and cover it with my big embiggened head, but we will see what happens. And come on, court. I wish I can go boop, and it start playing. They were supposed to start 16 minutes ago. Or no, 11 minutes ago. 11 minutes ago. And they have not. So we're just filling. We're filling it. So we have that. Let me see if there's anything else I need to announce. I might as well do the logo. Well, guys, it's that time. We need a logo, we need merch, and a website. So I decided to have a competition. The person who creates the winning logo will get a t-shirt, hat, and a $50 gift card. And the logo will be featured on everything that we have: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, the website, my email, all the merch. So if you're interested, deadline's August 15th. The winner will be announced on the 1st of September. Thank you so much and good luck. Hey, y'all, I want to give a huge shout out to my favorite mod. Nah, just kidding. All my mods are my favorite, but she's my right-hand mod, and I call her my mod boss. Her name is Miss Kevin, and I just want to say, girl, I couldn't have done this without you. Love you, and I look forward to many, 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 many more posts and lives with you. Be blessed, and thank you for all you do. And another person I want to give a big shout out to is our research manager, Miss Ronnie. Miss Ronnie, you're so awesome. I can text her 10 minutes before I need to go live and say, I need this document, and boy, it will be there. She is fabulous. She puts in a ton of work, and I just really appreciate you. Thank you so much for all your research and helping me out. Sorry about that, y'all. Had a cough. Yes, I just want. Sorry. That's what I need to do. My fan is not charged, so I got to charge it. Put my fan on. Oh, hallelujah. I got air movement. This particular office is perfect for what I'm doing, but it doesn't have the best of airflow. Yes, thank you so much. Congratulations to Miss Kevin and Miss Ronnie. Oh, sorry about that, y'all. Whew, I thought I sneezed my brains out. I think we had a AC leak at my house. I mean, in our not at my house, but in the what's the word I'm looking for? Office. And unfortunately, it's let off some stuff that's kind of got me sneezing. So I also had to reprogram my entire Stream Deck, and nothing is where I had it. But I've got everything kind of set up. I'm going to test something, so don't panic. Perfect. It works. Did y'all hear that? Breaking news. Doo 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 doo. Okay, guys, this is really getting a little irritating. I was hoping this judge would start on time, but she's not. So, um, got some cool new sound effects. I just got to remember where everything is. It's so kind of sort of difficult to allocate where they are sometimes because I can't see them. They're not. You didn't hear that? You didn't hear that? What? Let me go back and double check because I had it on. I may have to just turn the volumes up on all of it because it should have said breaking news. Everything's feeding through the right roadcaster. Let me keep it playing a little longer. No? How about that? No? You didn't hear that? Oh, come on, guys. I can't handle this. I am so flustered by this gadget here. I had everything working just perfect. I had everything working just perfect and then it had to be uninstalled. Count devices, device setup standard, maxify. Okay, well then I guess. So you don't hear this. Okay, we have court. Volume is up. It's all on their end. Volume's all up on my end. I'm hearing nothing. Of course, we go straight to Saba. Oh, no, I know. It's okay, Brox. This has nothing to do with you. This is the lovely Stream Deck. I used to have a counter, but I don't have it anymore because, well, I had to uninstall everything. So we'll just have to do something else. Oh, Braxton, you're fine. It's okay, Braxton. But thank you for being audibly there. That's a cool light they have. That's that little thing where they put up in their photos. Do you know what one thing that really irritates me? Why do we not have sound on this feed? One thing that really irritates me on some of these things is they print these pictures out on paper. And it just, you lose the contrast if you don't know what you're doing. Makes it harder to see. Okay, playback normal. Everything's normal. I guess the sound is all off on their end because I have everything up and going on my end. Yep, we're good. Let me see on my iPad. That's one thing I love about having an iPad. You can do multiple things. My dog is snoring if you guys can't hear her. I'm going to the court TV feeds and see. Why am I not finding him there? Okay, guys, let's pause this. I don't understand why we don't have volume, but let me try and find another feed real quick. Okay, guys? There we go. We got volume. Don't know why we didn't have it the other feed, but sometimes Court TV gives us that. They're a little behind the other one, so that's good. Can y'all hear the feed now? Oh, look at her scales of justice with crystals. I want it.
All right, Commander, please.
I want it. Gotta have it.
Can you come in if you'll please remain standing, and the clerk's going to administer the oath of service. Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Traskovich?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll please raise your right hand so the clerk can administer the oath.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence. So help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are admonished that no juror may declare to a fellow juror any fact related to this case of his or her own knowledge, and if any juror discovers during the trial or after the jury is retired that he or she or any other juror has personal knowledge of any fact in controversy in this case, he or she shall disclose the situation to myself in the absence of the other jurors. This means that if you learn during the course of this trial that you are acquainted with the facts of this case or the witnesses and you've not previously told me of this relationship, you must then declare that fact to me. Again, I want to remind you that you communicate to the court either in the courtroom in the presence of both sides or through Officer Hawks. I mean, we're going to be together for the next couple of weeks, so we will inevitably see you in the hallway, in the elevators, and maybe even coming in and out of the courthouse. Please do not be offended should we not acknowledge you. We're all just maintaining our ethical obligation to maintain the integrity of the jury system. So outside the courtroom, it's only Officer Hawks that's permitted to have any communication with you. What I will now say is intended to serve as an introduction to the trial of this case. It is not a substitute for the detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the close of the case and before you retire to consider your verdict. This is a criminal case commenced by the state of Nevada, which I may sometimes refer to as the state, against the defendant, Mr. Tellis. The case is based on an indictment. The clerk will now read the indictment to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and state the plea of the defendant to that indictment.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, the state of Nevada, plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, defendant. Case number C-368-935, Department number 12, indictment. State of Nevada, County of Clark, the defendant above named Robert Tellis, accused by the Clark County grand jury of the crime of murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, felony, committed at and within the County of Clark, state of Nevada, on or about the second day of September 2022 as follows. Did willfully and lawfully with malice aforethought kill Jeffrey Gehrman, who is 60 years of age or older, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, by stabbing the said Jeffrey Gehrman multiple times about the body, the said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, perpetrated by lying in wait for the said Jeffrey Gehrman, and or 3, perpetrated by abuse of an older person, dated this 19th day of October 2022, Wilson, Clark County District Attorney, signed by Pamela Weckerly,
How's the volume?
District Attorney, to which the defendant has pled not guilty.
Is it good?
This case is based on the indictment which has just been read to you by the clerk of the court. You should distinctly understand that the indictment is simply a charge and that it is not in any sense evidence of the allegations it contains. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to the indictment. The state therefore has a burden of proving each of the elements as alleged in their charging document by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As the defendant sits here today, he is presumed innocent. The purpose of this trial is to determine whether the state of Nevada will meet their burden of proof. It is your primary responsibility as jurors to find and determine the facts. Under our system of criminal procedure, you are the sole judge of the facts. You are to determine the facts from the testimony you hear and the other evidence, including exhibits introduced in court. It is up to you to determine the inferences which you feel may be properly drawn from the evidence. The parties may sometimes present objections to some of the testimony or other evidence. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which he or she believes may not properly be offered, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer, who makes objections on behalf of the party he or she represents. At times, I may sustain objections or direct that you disregard certain testimony or exhibits. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Remember, statements, arguments, and opinions of counsel are not evidence in the case. However, if the attorneys stipulate as to the existence of a fact, you must accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as proved. You must not speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You must not be influenced in any degree by any personal feeling of sympathy for or prejudice against the state or the defendant. Both sides are entitled to the same fair and impartial consideration. In considering the weight and value of the testimony of any witness, you may take into consideration the appearance, attitude, and behavior of the witness, the interest of the witness in the outcome of the case, if any, the relation of the witness to the defendant or to the state, the inclination of the witness to speak truthfully or not, and the probability or improbability of the witness's statements, and all of the facts and circumstances in evidence. Thus you may give the testimony of any witness just such weight and value as you believe the testimony of the witness is entitled to receive. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is testimony or exhibits which are proof of a particular fact from which, if proven, you may infer the existence of a second fact. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence in deciding this case. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. Opening statements and closing arguments of the attorneys are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. No statement, ruling, remark, or comment which I make during the course of this trial is intended to indicate my opinion as to how you should decide the case or to influence you in any way in your determination of the facts. At times, I may even ask questions of witnesses. If I do so, it is for the purpose of bringing out matters which I feel should be brought out, and not in any way to indicate my opinion about the facts or to indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witness. I may also find it necessary to admonish the attorneys, and if I do, you should not show prejudice against a lawyer or
We're
against a
giving
client because I found
jury.
it necessary
Ooh,
to admonish him or her.
we're
Until
getting
the
jury
case is submitted to
instructions.
you, you must not discuss it with anyone, even with your fellow jurors. After it is submitted to you, you must discuss it only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until the entire case has been submitted to you under instructions from the court. The trial will proceed in the following manner. The Deputy District Attorney will make an opening statement, which is an outline to help you understand
Judge Wiggle
what the jury
Hands?
expects to
Are
prove.
y'all making fun of a
Next, the
judge's
defendant's attorney may,
medical
but is not
problem?
required to make an opening statement. Opening statement serves as an introduction to the evidence which the party making the statement intends to prove. The state will then present its evidence, and counsel for the defendant may cross-examine the witnesses. Following the state's case, the defendant may present evidence, and the Deputy District Attorney may cross-examine the witnesses. However, as I have said, the defendant is not obligated to present any evidence. After all of the evidence has been presented, I will instruct you on the law. After the instructions on the law have been read to you, each side will have the opportunity to present oral argument. What is said in closing argument is not evidence. The arguments are designed to summarize and interpret the evidence. Since the state has a burden of proving the defendant guilty by proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the state has the right to open and close the arguments. After the arguments have been completed, you will then retire to deliberate upon your verdict. Again, let me remind you that until the case is submitted to you, do not talk to each other about anyone who has anything to do with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide upon your verdict. Do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone else includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you are a juror in a criminal case, but don't tell them anything else about
It
it.
very well
until
can
after
be a
you've been
medical
discharged
issue. Some
by the
people have
court.
tremors.
Do not let anyone talk
Not
to you
necessarily
about the case or
Parkinson's,
about
but
anyone who has
tremors.
anything to do with it. If someone should try to talk to you, please report that to me immediately.
I'm being
by
silly,
contacting
partially
the
true.
court-martial. Do
We're
not
all
read any
good.
news stories
We're
or
all good.
articles
Case
or
one.
listen to any radio or
This is kind
television
of blah, blah,
reports
blah,
about
blah,
the
blah, blah,
case or
blah,
about
blah.
anyone who has anything to do with it. As jurors, you will be
Just
given the
jury.
opportunity to ask written questions of the
Just
witnesses called to
just
testify
interpret
in
this
this
as
case.
jury
You are
instructions,
not
and she's
encouraged to
reading
ask
really
large
fast.
numbers of questions because that is the primary responsibility of counsel. Questions may be asked, but only in
I
the
can slow it
following
down if I
manner.
need to.
After both lawyers have finished questioning the witness, and only at this time, if there are additional
He's almost
questions
done.
you would like to ask the witness, you may then seek permission to ask that witness a written question. Should you desire to ask a question, write your question down with your juror number on a full sheet of clean paper and raise your hand. All questions from jurors must be factual in nature and designed to clarify information already presented. In addition, jurors must not place undue weight on the responses to their questions. The court marshal will pick up your question and present it to the court. All questions must be directed to the witness and not to the lawyers or to the court. After consulting with counsel, I would then determine if your question is legally proper. If I determine that your question may properly be asked, I will ask the question. No adverse inference should be drawn if the court does not allow a particular question. I do follow that procedure pretty strictly, so you'll know when it's your opportunity to ask written questions. When the witness is done being questioned by both sides, I'm going to turn to the witness. I'm going to thank them for being here, and I'm going to excuse them from their subpoena. If you want to ask a written question, just please get my attention. I will have the witness stay here until you have an opportunity to write your question down and present it to the court. What I don't do is after I do excuse a witness from their subpoena, I will.
We get jury questions. Yay! I'm happy about that because jury questions can really help us see where their thinking is. I love jury questions. Oh, I'm excited now.
Will not require them to come back to the courthouse to answer a written question by a juror. So just please get my attention before I do excuse that juror if you do have a written question. Also, you have been, when you came in, there were notebooks on your chairs. Those are your notebooks. They must remain in the courtroom at all times until you go back to deliberate upon your verdict. In the front, there's a pocket that you can open up. There's a sheet of paper, and that just gives you information about where you are and phone numbers in case you have any type of emergency when we're out of session. You can take that piece of paper with you when you leave. Everything else must stay in the courtroom at all times. The instructions I had given you are in there. The admonishment that I'm required to give you every time we take a recess is in there as well. And if you need to refer to the procedure to ask written questions, that is in there as well. Also, at the very end, there should be some paper there for you to take notes. You're not required to take notes, but you may take notes. When you go back to deliberate upon your verdict, you will not have a transcript. So it will be your memories collectively, and any notes that you have taken, you'll be able to share those and refer to those during your deliberations. At the end of the day, the court marshal is under court order to collect those notebooks. He puts them in a safe place. I assure you, I will not let anyone have access to those notebooks. They will be kept strictly confidential. Your notes will be kept confidential. And when you come in the next morning, your notebooks will be on your chairs waiting for you. At this time, the state of Nevada may address the jury panel in their opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we're off.
All day long on September the 2nd of 2022, Roy and Holly Bailey were concerned about their neighbor across the street. He was a man by the name of Jeffrey Gehrman. The Baileys and Gehrman had been neighbors for over 20 years, so they had come to know each other's habits. And on the 2nd of September of 2022, the Baileys noticed that Mr. Gehrman's garage door was open and his car was parked in his garage, and that was unusual. They called him, they texted him all day on the 2nd of September, and they didn't get a response. Finally, on the evening of the 2nd, Mr. Bailey went over and just shut the garage for Jeff just to protect his house. But at that time, they still hadn't received any response from their calls or texts. On September the 3rd, still having no response, Roy Bailey walked over to Jeff Gehrman's house and was trying to check on him. He found his neighbor, Jeff Gehrman, on the side of his house. Mr. Gehrman was over 60 years old at the time, and so initially It was thought that maybe he had had a medical episode. Soon after, though, it was discovered that he had been murdered. Mr. Gehrman had sharp force injuries to multiple parts of his body, all over. He also, when they found him on September the 3rd, had signs of decomposition, indicating that he had not been killed on the 3rd, but was killed earlier. Investigators assessed the crime scene and took note of several things. One of the things they took note of was that Mr. Gehrman's phone was in his pocket. His car keys were in his pocket as well. His wallet with money was on his person as well, suggesting to investigators that robbery was not a motive in this case. Investigators looked around the surrounding area of where Mr. Gehrman was found, and they noticed damage to the bushes in the area of where the body was. They looked closer and actually saw blood on some of the bushes in the area by Mr. Gehrman's body. And they noticed it on some of the outdoor decorations as well. And they took note of that in their investigation. There appeared to be blood on some of those items. Detectives and crime scene analysts looked inside Mr. Gehrman's house as well. Inside the house, there was no sign of forced entry. There was no sign of struggle. All of his valuables were present inside the house. Oops, let me back up just a little bit.
Techie problem. This is going to be interesting. I've always hated that sign. Interesting. Looks like I'm blowing my nose.
Yeah, of course.
Sidebar number uno. Oh yeah. I forgot. I play music during sidebar. I haven't done this in a while. They're having some technical problems already. Poor baby. Yeah. Oh, Lordy, yeah. And for those of you who haven't heard, Diane and I have talked about, we haven't finalized it, about interpreting the debate in ASL. And I think that's going to be in September or possibly October, whenever they figure it out. And I'd love for y'all to watch us, because if you watch the debate, watch it with us. Oh, you're right. He does look like a McAlbert. Well, sort of. The forehead's too high, but yeah, I see the resemblance. Boy, this is a patient judge. Where's my popcorn? I should have popcorn. Did Miss Diane get her popcorn? What you eat for lunch? Steak? Ooh, steak and cheese sandwich. It's that like a roast beef thin? Yeah. Oh, half of my lunch is still sitting over there. I can't eat it all. Mm. Hey, I'm down a clothing size. I'm down one size. Yesterday's an awful day for her. She just ate and 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 ate. And I wish I could today. I have one of those days where I don't have a headache, but I feel a little foggy. I feel a little. Part of it may be because I've been taking some muscle relaxers to help with this back problem and this rib issue. I took not anything heavy pain wise, but I took some. I didn't sleep good because every time I rolled on that side, I shot out of bed. Feels like it. I thought it was my lung it's rubbing against, but when I breathe in and out, it doesn't hurt. But when I move, it's the liver. And people don't know the liver is a very painful organ when anything touches. It does not like to be touched. Okay. We're going to stop that. Their volume up yet? Nope. She looks like a spunky lady, but I want to get my hands on her hair. What is it with judges and their hair? Who is that judge? Had the gorgeous black hair. Look at her scales of justice that has all the crystals. I want it. I must have one. I must have one. Sneaky and Haley Mouse said they gained my weight. I don't like to do scales. I rather do clothing size because the scale doesn't always represent as well as clothing size to me.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. As I was saying, detectives and investigators checked the inside of Mr. Gehrman's house. There was no sign of forced entry.
Can y'all hear it okay?
Were present, and there was no indication that anything had been disturbed anywhere in his house. So the scene ends up being kind of that side area of his house, those bushes. And
I need to
where
get
his
these
body was.
graphics.
And as I discussed before, his car was present in his garage as well. Investigators did find some clues as to a timeline of the last hours of Mr. Gehrman's life. They looked through his trash and they found a receipt that was dated on September the 2nd, and it was a receipt for Roberto's Taco Shop, and the transaction time was 9:03 a.m. So detectives go and pull the video from Roberto's Taco Shop to see if they can find Jeff Gehrman present, and he's alive and well at that time. The video time at Roberto's was incorrect, so they went by the cash register receipt, the transaction time, which was 9:03 a.m. On the 2nd, and they watched, and he bought his food and went back to the car, and it was uneventful. One thing that was lucky for detectives was that the Baileys, the couple that lived across the street from Mr. Gehrman, had a home surveillance system. And one of their cameras actually pointed to the front of Jeff Gehrman's house. So they pull that video and they see a figure come to the side of Mr. Gehrman's house. And the figure, as you saw, is dressed in orange. And that
Wrong color.
person stays lying in wait for Jeff Gehrman.
You don't wear orange if you're going to end the life of someone.
Garage and goes over to that side yard, and he's attacked.
Oh no. Oh, there it is. Oh no. They blurred it. Good. Oh my gosh, that's so horrible. Y'all. Why wear orange? Not very smart. Mm. What's the timestamp? What's taking so long? He didn't take anything. Hmm. Wow. He is taking quite a while.
After killing Jeff Gehrman, the assailant walks down from the side yard and goes back down Jeff Gehrman's street and just walks away. He's picked up on additional surveillance video a little bit further down the street. And eventually there's surveillance of this individual seen getting into a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And so police try to collect all available video that is present in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Jeff Gehrman's body was transported for an autopsy at the Clark County Medical Examiner's office. When his body was at the office, the cause of death was determined to be multiple sharp force injuries. A crime scene analyst attended the autopsy and collected fingernail clippings and scrapings from Jeff Gehrman's hands to see if there was foreign DNA present. Those samples were taken to Metro's DNA lab, and foreign DNA was detected in the right fingernail clippings of Jeff Gehrman. There was foreign DNA collected, but no one knew who it belonged to. So the murder happens on September the 2nd. Mr. Gehrman's body is found on September the 3rd. After that, Metro released through their public information officer images of that assailant and of the vehicle.
I'm very perplexed as to why you would wear that outfit. You stick it like a sore thumb.
So after Metro released those images to the public, asking for help if anybody recognized the vehicle or anyone recognized the individuals, they get a lot of calls. A lot of calls come in. And some of the calls they get are about an individual by the name of Robert Tellis, the defendant. At the time, Mr. Tellis was the elected public administrator for Clark County, and a public administrator, when someone dies, sometimes handles the property and looking for next of kin in order to apportion property after someone's death. And in 2022, Mr. Tellis was running for re-election for his post as the Clark County administrator. And detectives learned that Jeff Gehrman had written a series of unflattering articles about Robert Tellis. In those news stories, Gehrman alleged that Mr. Tellis had engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a coworker. He alleged that he was a bad manager and that he engaged in favoritism and bullying in the workplace. That was the first article. Mr. Gehrman wrote a second article saying that another individual had to be appointed to the public administrator's office in order to take over the management, alleging that Mr. Tellis was a poor manager. Soon after those articles ran in June, Mr. Tellis lost his primary election for public administrator, and Mr. Gehrman wrote about that as well. Mr. Tellis responded to the articles written by Mr. Gehrman and claimed they were politically motivated, that they were unfair, and he generally disputed what was alleged in those articles. And following this post by Robert Tellis, Jeff Gehrman wrote another article about Robert Tellis, alleging many of the things that I had previously discussed. Mr. Tellis also engaged in, I guess, saying unfavorable things about Mr. Gehrman on Twitter. He accused Mr. Gehrman of going through his trash. He accused Mr. Gehrman of being a bully. He accused Mr. Gehrman of threatening him, all over Twitter, which I guess is now X. Meanwhile, the police do more investigation and they learn that the Tellis family has a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And that is important, obviously, because that is seen in the video connected to the assailant. So the search for video, where it sort of started in Gehrman's neighborhood, now focuses kind of on the areas in between Tellis's neighborhood and Gehrman's neighborhood. And this is not just like, hey, is there any video out there? They really, really look for video. They have a grid, they assign officers, and everybody is looking for any video of this SUV between the two residences. Now, the police still had their timeline where they could go back and they knew that Jeff Gehrman was alive and well at 9:03 a.m. on the 2nd. And they map out the route between Robert Tellis's house and Jeff Gehrman's house. Now, Mr. Tellis lives on a street called Spanish Steps, and to get out of his neighborhood, you go down a street called Silk Tassel, and then you can turn on a street called Red Hills Road. And on the morning of the murder of September the 2nd, officers found video of Mr. Tellis's SUV leaving his neighborhood on the morning of the murder. To give you some reference point, Mr. Gehrman's residence, as I said, is on Bronze Circle. Streets in his area include Wintergreen Drive and Rock Springs Drive, and detectives go all over that area to see if there's any video that they can find of that Yukon in the neighborhood. And they find on the morning of the murder that that Yukon was present on Rock Springs Drive, and they collect that video. Again, the street the cross street for Bronze Circle, Mr. Gehrman Street, is Wintergreen Drive. They collect video from Wintergreen Drive as well, and they see the red SUV or maroon SUV in the area as well. They see that maroon SUV interact with kind of workers at a construction site.
Ada, I'll be right back.
Okay.
And the SUV does not go in a direct linear line anywhere. It's picked up on cameras at different times in the area of Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood. One of the cameras picks up the driver of the SUV, you can kind of see that orange clothing, and it appears
Oh.
that
Did you
the
tell
driver
him?
is the only one present.
No, you just
At
did.
some point, the cameras in that neighborhood pick up this individual getting out of the car. And the individual is seen on Wintergreen, walking past Bronze Circle, going south on Wintergreen, going north, kind of meandering around the neighborhood near Jeff Gehrman's house. Ultimately, the individual is seen traveling in the direction of Jeff Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, going further towards Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, and then ultimately to the side of the house. And then in sequence, after the assailant goes to the side of the house, that's when Mr. Gehrman opens his garage door. He goes to the side and he's attacked.
Why did he go to the side of his house? Wonder what drew him there. I really don't want to see this. I'm sure we're going to see it several more times. Why do we need to see this all over again? In my humble opinion. Do I sound like y'all? Oh, that sounds better. My hearing aids were set too high.
The assailant leaves Mr. Gehrman there in the rocks, has his bag with him, and walks down the street. He goes further down the street toward Wintergreen, and he ultimately goes
Oh, go
back
ahead. Might as
to
well.
that
I'll try
maroon
it.
SUV. That maroon SUV, though, then proceeds south on Wintergreen, and it actually heads back in the direction of Gehrman's house. And you can kind of see it parked in front.
Yeah.
The individual gets out, goes
Thank you,
back
baby.
towards where the body is. And then the individual returns back to the Yukon. The Yukon leaves Bronze Circle, the cul-de-sac for Jeff Gehrman. It goes back on Wintergreen Drive. It goes west on Washington. It goes on Rampart, goes on Apple, and it goes back to Silk Tassel and Mr. Tellis's neighborhood. So with this video evidence and the evidence of the conflict between Mr. Gehrman and Mr. Tellis, the police seek a search warrant on September the 7th, and they want to get a DNA sample from Mr. Tellis. They want to seize his phone, and they also want to search his house. On September 7th, the police make contact with Mr. Tellis, and they photograph him all over. In particular, they photograph his hands, and they notice on one of his fingers, he has a Band-Aid. They ask him to remove that Band-Aid, and he has a cut injury on one of his fingers. While detectives are photographing and getting that DNA sample from
Oh, that's a
Mr.
bad one.
Tellis, other detectives
That's bad.
go to Mr. Tellis's house and execute a search warrant there. So they go to the house that very same day on September the 7th, and some of the detectives are looking through the living room area of the house, and they're kind of focused on the end of the couch, sort of underneath. They see a shoe, and there's actually a Ziploc bag on the right side of the photo. They examine the shoe. They find the companion shoe, but that shoe has been cut in half and sort of destroyed. And the bag, that baggie that was underneath that couch, actually contains pieces of the shoe as well. So they collect that evidence. And the reason why that was important for them is they compared it to the shoes worn by that assailant on Bronze Circle on September the 2nd. They don't just search in the house, they search in the garage as well. And there's a gray kind of tub in the garage that sort of stores stuff. And they take a closer look, and they look at that bag there, and they photograph it and impound it. And they believe the bag is significant in their search because the assailant was carrying a bag that's exactly like the one they found in Mr. Tellis's house. So they find the shoes, they find the bag. They do a search in this garage, which is quite crowded with stuff. And on this, at the bottom of this red tool cabinet, they find a bag from, like a grocery bag from Sprouts. And inside that bag, they find a hat that has been cut up as well. And the hat, of course, is significant because it has the same identifying characteristics as the hat worn by the assailant. So this is all happening on September the 7th. Detectives return Mr. Tellis back to his house on September the 7th, and they actually rush to process his DNA sample that same day. And it's determined that that foreign DNA that was found in those fingernail clippings taken from autopsy of Jeff Gehrman, that foreign DNA is consistent with Robert Tellis. So they go back to his residence with the intent of taking him into custody for the murder of Jeff Gehrman. And they come to find eventually that he has inflicted injuries on himself, suicide attempt, and they have to transport him to the hospital for treatment, but he is taken into custody. After that occurs, remember how I said that they took his phone as well? They're able to see some of the messages that occurred between Jeff Gehrman and Robert Tellis. One of those messages is from Mr. Gehrman on May the 10th. You can see it at the bottom of 2022, where Mr. Gehrman says, "Hi, this is Jeff Gehrman from the Review Journal. I'm putting together a story on your office. I've talked to several employees who have said you have created a hostile work environment. They also say you've had an inappropriate relationship with one of your staffers, and I very much wanted to talk to you and sort of get your side of the story." After that message was sent, Robert Tellis actually does agree to be interviewed by Jeff Garriman, and he invites him to the public administrator's office, and he sits down with him for an interview. And this is the story that ran digitally for the Review Journal.
The Clark County Public Administrator's Office has been mired in turmoil and internal dissension for 2 years, with workers claiming emotional stress, bullying, and favoritism. Robert Tellis, who leads the office, has also faced allegations of an inappropriate relationship with a coworker, Roberta Lee Kennett. In an interview with Review Journal investigative reporter Jeff Garriman, Tellis disputed several complaints.
What is your reaction to the allegations from these employees that you have created a hostile environment in this office?
You know, I earlier introduced you to the other 7 team members, and they're folks who have all come with a great attitude, and they work hard. And together, them and I, we are what is making the difference with the performance of this office. I've done my best to try to make everyone happy, but again, it's got to be within a certain framework. And people just cannot get to do whatever they want, you know. And it's unfortunate that, you know, we've got some people who were here from before, who are basically trying to railroad me. And again, you met those other folks, you know, they're happy, they're dedicated, and we're just here to do a good job.
Tellis, who's up for re-election in the June primary, blames a handful of old-timers for claims about a hostile environment in the office.
Again, no matter what type of gestures I try to make to smooth things over, to make sure that they're happy, you know, they just don't, you know, it's nonstop. And again, like I said, it's hard for me to make sure that I am a cheerleader for the folks who are doing really good work when I've got these other folks who are constantly, you know, surveilling me, constantly trying to sabotage the office. But, you know, we're doing it, but it's hard.
Tellis denied allegations of any improper relationship with Lee Kennett.
And when you hear people raising these allegations about you and quote, you know, personal relationship that you have, what do you say to people about that?
Obviously, it's not true. I said I'm, you know, all of my friends, all my family know how much I love my wife. And if you look at, you know, obviously you can't talk to people that do it on a daily basis. You know, but from my social media, from everything, you can see that I am about nothing but justice, fairness, and just being a good person. And it sickens me, it destroys me that somebody would even level like accusations like that, because I don't know, it's unreal.
I'm still here.
The lengths that they're going to, they don't have any qualms trying to ruin my personal life to win this race.
The digital version also included a link with some video of Mr. Tellis and the alleged, the person he was allegedly having an inappropriate relationship with. So after this story ran, Mr. Tellis contacts Jeff Garriman, and he's upset. He tells Mr. Garriman, "I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people, provided you," I think he means proof here, "proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair and balanced." So what happens after that? Mr. Garriman contacts Robert Tellis again, and this time the communication is about the county deciding to appoint another person within the public administrator's office to help run things. Mr. Garriman messages Mr. Tellis, "I understand that Mike Murphy has been brought in by the county, hired by a county as a consultant to work in the office with you guys for a while, and I wanted to see if you had any kind of comment about that." Mr. Tellis messages back to Mr. Gehrman, I will be providing it to you this evening. Later on, Mr. Tellis posts that statement that I had shown you earlier, where he says it's politically motivated, none of the allegations are true, this is unfair, I'm being unfairly attacked. All of the things alleged in those articles are false. And what happens after that? Well, Mr. Gehrman writes the story about the consultant being appointed at the public administrator's office. After those two stories run, Mr. Gehrman contacts Tellis again. He says, I'm putting together another story on your office. This is now in June the 16th. This has to do with the letter you posted on your campaign website addressing the hostile work allegations. Employees view this as a threat of retaliation and have reported it to Human Resources. I'd like to get your comments. And Mr. Tellis responds back, it's fine, at this point they've won, do what you'd like. And of course, after that, Mr. Tellis loses his primary election, so he will no longer be one way or another in, as of 2023, the public administrator. Another thing that detectives found in Mr. Tellis's phone is something associated with like a phone extraction. So when you have a cell phone, it can be downloaded by this program called Celebrite, and it'll download a lot of the data in your phone. And one of the things that was downloaded from Mr. Tellis's phone is files that he accessed on Google Maps. And you can see there are thumbnail photos associated with those maps that he downloaded. And it's probably hard to see because they're little, the thumbnails of what that picture, those two pictures are of. But here's a bigger version, and it should look familiar to you because it's the side of Jeff Gehrman's house where Mr. Gehrman's body was ultimately found. And that image was in Mr. Tellis's phone. Detectives also execute a search warrant on the office of Mr. Tellis at the public administrator's office. They search his work computer as well. And in some of the searching on his work computer, they find that he was looking up the make and model associated with Jeff Gehrman's car, which I think is a Honda. So that was found in his work computer as well. And all that, all the articles kind of conclude in like late June of 2022. In July of 2022, Mr. Gehrman does a public records request from the county. And the records request is for more documents and communications from the public administrator's office. And specifically, he's asking for emails between Robert Tellis and an individual by the name of Roberta Lee Kennett. He's asking for all communications and messages on Teams, which is a way, inter-office way of communicating. He's asking for text messages from their cell phones, and he notes, probably as all reporters do, that you're required as a county agency to respond to a public records request. That request takes place again in July of 2022. The county notifies Mr. Tellis that, hey, Mr. Gehrman is requesting additional information from the office, and they're going to work to fulfill that public records request. Mr. Tellis responds to the county that he would like to see whatever is going to be provided in the public records request and asks about how he may be able to do so. And then several weeks pass, and there's another communication from attorneys for the county about the public records request. And if you look at the date and time on this, this is a notification from the DA civil employees about that request on September the 1st of 2022 at 5:45 p.m. So that's about 15 hours before the murder occurs. He gets a notification about Mr. Gehrman's request. On a calendar, There's an email on the 1st at 5:45 PM, and about 15 hours later, the murder occurs. In the end, this case isn't about politics. It's not about alleged inappropriate relationships. It's not about who's a good boss or who's a good supervisor or favoritism at work. It's just about murder. And at the end of the presentation of the evidence, we'll ask you to hold him responsible for his conduct.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any
Wow. What do you think? What do y'all think? Wow. He, um, anybody want to hop on and have this conversation? Oh my gosh, y'all. Hi, Ronnie. Welcome. How about you, Miss Diane?
I think he's guilty. But my opinion means nothing. Only interpreter, you know. What do you
Well,
think, Miss Ada K?
um, I can't actually say because I'm supposed to be impartial, but it don't look good.
It don't look good at all. Nothing looks
Nope.
good. It don't look good. Good thing I'm not being paid for this. I can give an opinion.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you this. Whoever did it wasn't very smart.
Who wears orange and looks like that when you're gonna go in someone's life? I'm like,
And wants to get in your car when there's cameras everywhere
uh,
watching you and
I,
cuts up your hat.
uh,
Yeah,
uh,
speechless.
yeah, I am, and it takes a lot to make me
Make you
speechless.
speechless. Woo.
But I got something cute to show. Okay,
What?
if you guys are afraid of spiders, look away. That's my baby.
Oh, is this your jumping spider?
Yeah, in that
Oh, that
enclosure
one's
I
cute.
built.
That one's cute. How many you got?
Well, I have two, but
Well, this looks like
this one,
tree beards.
this
One over
one,
here looks like tree
huh?
beard. One of them looks like you got tree beard in there from uh yeah, it looks like tree beard.
Yeah, I made. Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Um, I found out the kid gets a grade also on the enclosures we build. So, oh, someone came out. Someone's crawling.
Have you named them?
Well, this is a she. So she is pineapple, and he is pickles. And the reason we did that is because our A does pickles, no politics. I do pineapples, no politics. And
Pickles and pineapple.
so this is a youngin. It's not an old one. So this is. I'm trying to get the. I can't see where I'm. Let me do this. Let's do this. It makes it easier for me to see.
Okay.
But it's the
Oh, there
bottom
she
side.
is.
Anyway,
Okay.
so I built this enclosure with a little rock path and some succulents and this the little nest that it will hopefully build a nest in, and this plant here, they're all magnetized. The
Uh-huh.
the bridge is
Wait.
magnetized, so I can change it out. So I'm
Well,
trying
that's
to get
just as
the
cute as
best
it could
grade he can
be.
get.
Who's it for?
Oh, a friend of mine, her son. So it's just a little booger. So we're on a little break, but um, this is this one here is probably an I7. That means it probably has one more molt, maybe two, I think. I don't know before it gets to adulthood, but it's got the little paws in front. We won't know the actual sex of it. I think this is a girl just by the size of her and the way she looks until after the last molt, and then their fangs are iridescent if they're boy, and they're not so much if they're a girl, depending on the. You keep following me. I keep turning it, and
Okay,
she keeps following me.
they like you.
Well, one thing about them is they can be somewhat sociable,
So they say. So they say.
but I need to get little one a cricket.
My grandson used to have. My grandsons used to have a bearded dragon, and his name was
Ugh.
Chewbacca. Well, he was really kind of fun. He was for the one grandson, and then he got passed down to the other grandson. And after a bit, they guess they had him for 4 or 5 years, and he finally died.
Well, one thing about these little spiders is that because of the way their eyes are, which is very unusual for spiders, they can really see very well in the daylight because of those two big eyes in the front. But they have an
Yeah,
8 total around their head,
I think that's
and
so funny.
so they don't bite.
Oh, that's good. That's very, very good.
Oh, anyway, I'm gonna let her explore. But
Very good.
is what it is.
It is true. It is true.
Neat, Diane.
Yeah.
Treebeard is a tree int.
Yes, from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I love Groot. I want to get a little Groot and put in the other one's cage. I want a Groot, a mini, like
Oh,
a
a
micro
mini
mini
Groot.
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 Groot. I love that little thing. If that thing was a real thing, I'd have 100 of them.
Oh, well, I'd have one or two. I don't know if I'd have 100. Hmm, there we go.
It cute. It'd be cute. So, but I have a little. I gotta find it. I have this little itty bitty microfine thing that you put on your phone, and it makes it like 10 times bigger. That's what a Groot would be adorable, wouldn't it? Y'all help me find a mini Groot. It needs to be about an inch to 2 inches tall. Let me see.
Oh,
Amazon.
wait,
Amazon.
wait.
Let's go.
Wait a minute. Wait. What thing you put on your phone that makes it bigger?
It's a attachment lens that
And what do
clips
you do
on.
with them? Oh,
It's for close up microscopic photography.
oh, I think I probably have one of those. Oh,
They do have a little Groot. Oh,
oh, you're happy. You're happy. You can't keep buying things like that. You've got to go to a glow. You've got to go to a glow.
oh, girlfriend, I ain't buying it. I'm just looking.
But you
I'm
do
getting it, and they got a Garden of the Galaxies 2 Groot on a swing.
understand a
Oh,
swing.
oh,
Oh,
or a
yeah,
straw.
you
It's
like
for your
that.
straw. Oh my gosh, that is so cute.
For your straw?
Look, I'll share the screen. Look.
Oh, yeah. I like Groot. He's cute.
Groot. I did not see the last movie. I heard it was very sad, and I didn't know who passed
Oh,
away, who got unalived. And
I don't
so
think it was Groot. He's live. I saw it, but I don't seem to remember anybody getting unalived. Huh.
Oh, I found the perfect Groot. He's sitting down. Oh, look how cute.
Well, let me see.
Here.
Oh, that group looks like getting ready to give birth. Oh, yeah. I like Groot too. Oh, come on.
Yeah, my Amazon cart is pretty up there.
You know what I do? I fill up my Amazon cart and then I go into my cart and I say, later, 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 later.
I've got a lot of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a $1,200 drone later.
Oh,
$500 drone glasses later. Yeah, I ain't getting it anytime soon.
no. No time soon.
Hmm?
Yeah. I understand. I understand.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh, are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, y'all. I got to share this. Look what they have for these little spider cages. Micro mini chairs. I did look at the Dollar Tree.
oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
Is that where you got your spider cage from?
No, I made that out of a
Ah,
container. Look, these are $17.99 to $30.
for a chair?
Oh, oh yeah, those they get expensive.
Well, that's why I don't have one.
But
But what?
but look at these for like $17. They're lizard cages, and I'm not gonna. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff.
I
Oh,
can't. You don't have it
oh,
there.
why did it go away? Stop going away. Share
It went
screen.
away.
Thank you.
It went away. It
Oh
went
my gosh, look at
away.
all this stuff. I can make all this. $12 for 3 little flowers? The magnets are expensive though. I gotta say, magnets are expensive.
Oh, yes.
This is what I'm getting right here. Oh, why did it do that? Dag nabbit.
I couldn't
Oh,
tell you.
add to stage. There we go. This is what I'm getting.
What is it? I have got to have myself. What is that?
It's a switcher.
No.
I use
I've
it
got,
for video.
I've got to have another keyboard because my S is not working.
Ah.
Decided not to work. And it's like, this is not good. My S is not working. So I
Well,
got to
they're
set
going to come back in a second. I heard testing 1 2 1 2. I'm going to be right back. Miss Diane, I'll let you start if they come on before I return.
okay.
I know. Come on, baby girl. Come on, baby girl. Come on, hurry up. They're going to start. Come on. No? Okay. Eyes back. Sorry, y'all. If I thought they weren't coming back, I would have put some music on.
That's all right. We's fine.
Doesn't it look like the inflatable chairs from the 1990s? Isn't that hysterical?
Absolutely.
Those little itty bitty things.
It's amazing.
I cannot find that little itty bitty camera. I want my little itty bitty camera.
It's somewhere.
It is somewhere.
Somewhere.
Somewhere out there. You remember that? Beneath the pale blue sky. Girl, I've been hearing and singing all these old songs lately.
How come?
I don't know. And I watched a video of Mama Sal singing today, barbershop, and it just got me all sentimental.
Oh,
Now I'm thinking, sentimental journey, you got me on the go. Sorry. Like I said, I love it when that happens, don't you?
oh yes.
I wanted to show you. Okay, so here's your phone,
Here's my phone.
your lens. You put it on the little, twist it on the little thing here. But you got to be careful and get it on good. And you take the top off and you clip it over your camera.
Mm-hmm.
But first, you got to look at your camera and make sure you get the right lens, because some lenses do different. Okay. So is this the micro lens? Oh, that's the wide angle. Where's the narrow? I had a narrow lens. What happened? Wonder what happened to my narrow lens set. That's the wide angle. So this is cool too because it's a wide angle. So now I got to find my close-ups. That's pretty cool. Let's see how that looks on this. Yeah, pretty cool. So now I need to find the close-ups. So that's wide angle. Where's my close-ups? Oh, here it is.
Well, good.
Super macro. See what that does. Got to find the right lens to put it on. Where are you? Oh, there you is. Well, I wish you get somewhere cute so I can get a picture of you. Wow. Where is you? There you is. Panel.
And the defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Pressler, you may address the jury in your opening statement.
Thank you. You know, Her Honor had said this morning that the defense may make an opening statement. You discussed yesterday and the day before that the defense may sit, not say a single word, not even ask a single question, not present a single piece of evidence, and be entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Oftentimes, defense attorneys, in
That'll be cool.
at the get-go, what appear to be tough cases, sit back, wait, attempt to poke holes at the state's cases it's presented, but we're not going to do that. We're going to stand before you today and tell you what this case is about. You know, Her Honor said this morning when she instructed you that it's upon you and you alone to make inferences from the evidence in this case. And when the evidence is complete and the evidence is closed, we're going to ask you to do that. This case is entitled The State of Nevada versus Robert Tellis. But let's talk just a little bit about Mr. Tellis. He's a family man, married, 3 children. He's a loving father and husband. He's a self-made man. He applied to our law school here, UNLV, and worked doing air conditioning, HVAC. It's a hard way to make a living, put himself through school. In addition to supporting his family and being engaged at school, he became the president of the University Bar. It's basically the student body president of his law school. He ran his own probate firm for 3 years and was named Pro Bono Attorney of the Year by the Nevada Legal Services in 2016. He ran for the office of public administrator and was elected in 2019. He was determined at that point in time to clean up the office of the public administrator's office. He went in that office with a goal and with a mission. And as we had spoken briefly through the process of jury selection, he kind of upset the apple cart. He started eliminating unnecessary overtime. He wanted the office to run more efficiently. In some cases, we had public employees that are paid by our tax dollars reporting 40+ hours per week of overtime.
Nice to monstrous.
Changes at this office were not received well, and that created this hostile work environment. As a result of this hostility, reports were made, as they should be. Obviously, our public and our duly elected officials should be looked upon. Comes with the job. In Mr. Gehrman's first report, it states among the changes, Tellis has said he made our closing estate cases faster and cutting back on large amounts of tax-funded overtime employees are getting under Cahill. He provided a document that showed one veteran employee received more than $140,000 in overtime between 2017 and 2018. That was on the top of the employees' combined $150,000 regular salary for those years. The employee overtime dropped to roughly $13,500 in 2020, which you can see is a substantial reduction, according to the document. Nicole Lofton, an estate coordinator for the past year, said the old guard acts like a little gang and has tried to isolate her. Lofton said she has suffered from migraines and from stress. They told me from the beginning to pick a side, she said, adding that Tellis does everything he can to help her succeed while the other group wants her to fail. Again, that was the source. That was the seed of this hostile, allegedly hostile work environment. After being duly elected, Mr. Tellis also began evaluating the ethics of the office's relationship with third-party vendors. And you're going to hear that through the course of this case because perhaps the state wants to make things simpler. This was part of the facts and the evidence from which you will be called upon to draw inferences. He set out to identify the suspicious nature of businesses conducted by outside facilitators of administration operating under the Independent Administrations Act. And we need to just discuss this a little bit because the RJ did a very good job of following up on this and reporting these problems. You have people who die. They don't have wills. They may not have heirs. They may not have estates. And unfortunately for them, their legacy is stolen by these third parties. Generally, if a person dies intestate, it goes to the public administrator's office and they deal with the affairs, which often involves the sale of homes. Under this Independent Administrations Act, there are third parties who would come in, oftentimes with no announcement to the family members, take the properties, devalue the properties, and then turn around and sell them, and then to a straw buyer, and ultimately sell them again and make millions of dollars. Robert Tellis was determined to stop that, regardless of the consequences. What we saw here and what he saw when he began was basically corporate interest over public interest in the state of Nevada. We all experience that every day, from basically the national bird, the cones, to the casinos sucking money out of our society for their own gain. And that was occurring at the public administrator's office when Robert Tellis was elected. In his review, he discovered the public administrator's office had been favoring Compass Realty in the distribution of home sale contracts. Again, he was upsetting the apple cart. He saw this relationship as truly a violation of Nevada law and the code of ethics governing his office. He also discovered that Compass Realty was using the straw buyer again to conduct this business and to hide their activity. It was an inherent conflict of interest. And Mr. Tellis was not going to stand still for this. In March of 2022, Mr. Tellis contacted the duly elected district attorney, Steve Wolfson, and he wanted to report his findings to Mr. Wolfson. Now, Mr. Tellis was an elected official, so was Mr. Wolfson. It's appropriate for Mr. Wolfson to give an audience to Mr. Tellis. He did. Mr. Tellis called him, explained his concerns. Mr. Wolfson put him in contact with a detective, Jappy, a Metro Intelligence officer, who generally investigates public corruption. Mr. Wolfson felt that Detective Jappy could be of assistance to Mr. Tellis in this investigation because Mr. Tellis felt that laws were being broken and people were being stolen from, heirs were being stolen from by these third parties. Mr. Tellis accepted this referral and contacted Mr. Jappy. Again, from the celibate extraction, we have records to corroborate this. Hi, detective, next time you call back, I'm hanging up on anyone else if I'm on a call, because this was very important to Mr. Tellis to get this investigation underway. Mr. Tellis put together a very exhaustive investigative report to expose this corruption. It was sent to Detective Jappy on March 6, 2022, and it names the individuals that Mr. Tellis was primarily concerned about. It contained evidence, it contained exhibits, it contained proof of this corruption that previously his office had turned a blind eye to, and it was the prior guard and ultimately the subsequent guard that went back to the same practices that would concern Mr. Tellis. Mr. Tellis and Detective Jappy agreed to meet and further discuss the possible bribery and the corruption conspiracy that was occurring within his office. Again, the meeting was unavailable, but nonetheless, Mr. Tellis tried to follow through and is basically saying, hey, we need to get together. I need to provide this information to you and discuss the same. Detective Jappy returns the email, the text, and says, no worries. Again, Mr. Tellis is following up because he wants to expose this corruption. During their meeting, and they ultimately met, Detective Jappy agreed that Mr. Tellis should continue his investigation and that Detective Jappy would assist in building a case of bribery and corruption. And see, the reason this is important, and we will get there as we begin to unfold this story for you, is there became to be some irregularities, which we're going to present to you. And again, you are called upon to make your inferences from the state of the evidence. In reference to one of these three individuals contained within his exhaustive report, Mr. Tellis states, "Hey, Derek, I'm supposed to have a meeting with this individual and her counsel next week. If you think I try and need to get any specific statements, please give me a call to discuss." He responds, "Thank you, sir. We'll reach out tomorrow." Detective Jappy initiated his own investigation and began surveillance. So we have police actors, metro actors now acting as a consequence or as a result of Mr. Tellis's effort. And we have this surveillance that occurs on April 27th, 2022. And this surveillance is conducted because of what Mr. Tellis was doing. Metro Intelligence was getting involved. Because of this involvement and because of this independent investigation that Mr. Tellis had initially begun, the old guard at the public administrator's office began to push back. Oftentimes, as human beings, we're not happy with change, especially when it affects the bottom line of other people. That's what occurred in this office. In addition to their hostility towards the new employees brought in, Rita Reed and her supporters began following Mr. Tellis to dig up dirt on him. They capture images which you saw in the state's opening statement of Mr. Tellis and Miss Lee Kennett getting out of the back of the vehicle and use this to persuade Jeff Gurman to investigate. Now, Jeff Gurman has been in this community for a lot of years, and if he's presented evidence on other side of the equation, he looks into it, and he did as a result of this old guard trying to get rid of Mr. Tellis. During their investigation, and that being the old guard, Rita Reed announces that she will oppose Robert Tellis in the upcoming election for public administrator. 2 weeks after the first article is published, she receives a campaign contribution from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn totaling $10,000. And oftentimes you hear follow the money. Well, that's what Mr. Tellis was asking Detective Jappy to do. At this point in time, and this is curious, and this runs into this murder investigation, Detective Jappy pivots. Initially, he's looking at the true bad actors in this case, but he pivots and begins looking at Robert Tellis, the whistleblower, the person who initiated this investigation and who's trying to bring Metro in to investigate the wrongdoing. Hey, sir, two things. Just wanted to know we are still working on what we've talked about and starting to get a better understanding of what's going on. Second, saw the article today and just want to make sure you're all good. Now, this is in reference to that first article that Mr. Garman wrote. And this is Detective Jappy communicating with Mr. Tellis. Mr. Tellis responds, "Thanks, I'm hanging in there. I'll forward you the truth of the matter." It states that, and that's just how Mr. Tellis was feeling, the RJ wants to drag me through the mud. I told the reporter everything, but of course that doesn't sell papers. Detective Jappy responds, again, we have May 16th, you'll see at the bottom. "I understand that completely. Sorry you have to go through this, but the truth will always come out and prevail." And through the course of this trial, Mr. Tellis is going to ask for you to be willing to let the truth prevail. This is of concern. Now, on June 23rd, 2022, Kimberly McMahon, a former real estate agent who provided services for the public administrator, reaches out to Alicia Goodwin, the member of the old guard. All right. We have an email indicating that. Again, we have Goodwin, who's part of the old guard, and we have Kimberly McMahon somehow getting involved in influencing Detective Jappy. We have Kimberly McMahon, who is a former real estate agent and officer, wanting to get together and discuss these articles and what's going on in the public administrator's office. This goes so far that on 8/9, Detective Jappy is approached by Ms. McMahon. It's our belief, and we believe this will be disclosed through the course of this trial, that Alicia Goodwin and Rita Reed put her up to this. McMahon states, and I will submit to you that there will be no evidence produced that this is true, but McMahon told Jappy that there is some attempt to receive kickbacks in exchange for real estate listings referred to the public administrator's office. So again, the very thing that he's accusing others of is getting turned on him. And we're having Detective Jappy, we have Metro pivoting. And Ms. McMahon gives the formal interview with Jappy. So we're now, again, having this pushback from the old guard as a result of Mr. Tellis's involvement and calling in. I mean, we have this gentleman that's on trial in this case calling in for the assistance of Metro to discover and expose this corruption. This is what's really important. At the time of the alleged solicitation of kickbacks, where she's claiming that that man is soliciting kickbacks from her, so she's kind of got a dual thing going on. At the time, she's a lieutenant for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and also a real estate agent. We're to believe that a public official is trying to solicit bribes from a police officer, and I submit to you that the facts will show and common sense will dictate that that's just absurd. This very same public official, Robert Tellis, is the one that conducted his own investigation, his own independent investigation to try and bring Metro attention to this corruption. We're now to believe that this gentleman is actually soliciting kickbacks from a Metro detective. In response to McMahon's statement, Detective Jappy files an application for a pen register and a trap and trace with real-time precision location of Mr. Tellis's cell phone. Now, this is important, and see, this is the crossover and why it's important for you to understand the factual backdrop of all the facts in this case. Mr. Tellis is actually subject to this pen register, this trap and trace device during the time that this murder is allegedly committed by him. See, what happens is in today's modern reality, everything oftentimes boils down to the cell phones. I mean, every second that we have the cell phones with us, there's messages being sent, there's signals being sent 1,000 times a second to nearby cell towers, ultimately through satellites. I mean, our position and our whereabouts is tracked all the time. So Detective Jappy submits this warrant because we have a privacy right in our phones. He submits a warrant to a judge and gets an order authorizing Mr. Tellis to, in essence, be tracked. Now, this pen register does not capture the content of communications. It doesn't capture the information that's sent via text or otherwise, but it collects what they call the metadata. It gets your location, sometimes within feet. Oftentimes it's in relation to a cell phone tower, but it's more specific than that. You get the data concerning who's calling, who's sending, and who's receiving communications. Again, there's a Fourth Amendment protection, but we don't get into the content of the conversations, but it lets us know, it lets law enforcement know who Mr. Tellis is communicating with, where he's at, in essence, what he's doing in relation to the people that he's in communication with as a result of the cell phone. This is the warrant produced and obtained by Detective Jappy based upon that former, but she was at the time when these solicitations supposedly occurred, was a Metro detective. On the same day, and this is August 17th, Detective Jappy initiates surveillance of Mr. Tellis. We have a surveillance log, August 17th, 2022. So in truth, we have this full pivot that occurs, which is apparently based upon these allegations made by Ms. McMahon at the insistence of the old guard. What's interesting is during this August 17th, 2022 surveillance, got Mr. Tellis taking care of his family. I mean, he's been away, he's been an official, he's lost his election. I mean, he's going back, focusing on what's important. He's focusing on his family. The surveillance that's being conducted by Metro Intelligence, I mean, they've got him going to Home Depot, picking up food at Chipotle. He's with family, he's home. Nothing more. On September 2nd, the tragic murder of Jeff German occurs. But it's important for you to know that this murder occurs with the trap and trace active on Robert Tellis's cell phone. Detective Jappy and Metro captures no cell site location data which would implicate Robert Tellis in the murder of Jeff German. We do know that at some point in that day, there were signals being received and sent, but the cell phone doesn't put Robert Tellis there. He's at home. He's not at home the entire day. Around noon, evidence will be presented to you that he's at a gym working out. And this is after he supposedly commits this murder. Another thing needs to be pointed out is the red or maroon Yukon, the Denali from the surveillance video, is never positively identified. Obviously, the state's going to call upon you to make references. But a DMV search produced 67 possible hits for the vehicle, matching that description. And what's important to note, it's Metro who should be objectively and even-handedly obtaining information, searching for evidence, never follows up on the other vehicles. From the get-go, they're concerned with Robert Tellis and Robert Tellis alone. This is the email confirming, and this is Metro emails concerning the 67 red Denalis that basically match the description of the one that you watched the video of, and that we all watched it together just moments ago. Ms. Weckley did an apt job of laying out the crime scene, and you will see many photos of the crime scene. There's blood everywhere. I mean, this was a stabbing. There's blood in the bushes. There's blood on the ground. There's blood all over Jeff German as he lays dead on the side of his house. The state has shown you and will show you many more pictures of the DNA that's claimed to have been found under Jeff German's nails. But what's very important, and we'd ask you to take into account all of the evidence or the lack of the evidence in this case, is that no blood whatsoever is found on Mr. Tellis. If this struggle had occurred, it would be reasonable to assume, if it had in fact been Mr. Tellis, that there would have been exchange of blood or of DNA. And there will be a great deal of testimony concerning DNA. Inferences will be made and inferences will be drawn and inferences will be attacked concerning the significance of the state's findings. The shoes that you were shown photos of that were recovered at Mr. Tellis' residence, no blood whatsoever on them. The bag that's found in his garage or in the room, storage room, no blood whatsoever found on that bag. The hat that they claim they found cut up, again, no connection, no tie whatsoever to Jeff German. There is no rational explanation as to why the hat and shoes were cut into pieces, except that it would be easier to conceal and plant. Why else would they be cut up? Why else would they be in that strange condition. What's important, again, is there's no blood on them. There's nothing tying those articles that were found in Mr. Tellis's house to Jeff Garman. A witness provided a statement to police that the killer was spotted in the same outfit days before the murder, acting suspiciously. That was never followed up on. Somebody similarly dressed, similarly clothed, no follow-up, because from the get-go, Robert Tellis was the target of this investigation. What's also important is the cell site location does not place him near that part where the individual matching this description previously was found. I'd also submit to you its significance is this meandering. That was the state's words, the meandering before this attack occurred. There's going to be a claim and an argument made that Mr. Tellis was researching this location, or they believe it was him. Why the meandering if it was him? The washing of the vehicles, and this was important because warrants were based upon this. Mr. Tellis was again subject to surveillance after the date of Jeff Garman's murder. He's surveilled by Metro Intelligence washing 3 vehicles in front. At that point in time, and again, maybe there's been another pivot, but at that point in time, Metro felt that he was destroying evidence. Maybe he was cleaning up. Reason would make it a reasonable argument, or reason would obviously dictate that the person's involved in this stabbing and gets into the vehicle. And there's obviously blood. Wouldn't there be blood on the vehicle? Wouldn't there be blood on the brakes, on the floor mats, somewhere inside the vehicle? Well, none was ever found. And in fact, this surveillance, and previous to this hearing, issues were made concerning this attempt to conceal evidence. Well, there was no evidence to dispose of. And the surveillance of him washing the outside of these 3 vehicles, and this is on September 6th. This is 4 days later. There's no evidence whatsoever and no videos, no filming of him trying to conceal any evidence in reference to the subject vehicle or the other 2. I would submit to you that the facts would show, and common sense would dictate that if you were trying to conceal a crime, he wouldn't wash all 3 vehicles. And obviously, he would be concerned with the inside of the vehicle. Now, on this September 6th surveillance, it makes reference to a prior surveillance of Mr. Tellis on September 6th. Again, of no import, of no importance. Again, no evidence inside that vehicle tying Mr. Tellis to any crimes whatsoever. Now, is Mr. Tellis in a position to say who killed Mr. Garman? No. But I would submit to you the facts will show in the reasonable inferences that you are to take from the evidence is that there would be DNA evidence inside that vehicle, on the shoes, on any clothing from Mr.
Ooh, is it good?
A picture was shown of Mr. Tellis's finger, and it'll be argued through the course of this case that that was somehow caused by this murder that occurred. There's no blood left at the scene where Mr. Garman was murdered either. Nothing. Not on the bushes, not on the rocks, not on Mr. Garman. Mr. Tellis explains that to detectives how we got that wound, but that will come through the course of this trial. What's of concern, and the reason that we've given you this backdrop to give you all the evidence, is somewhat strange behavior on behalf of Mr. Jappy. Now, he's Metro Intelligence. Metro is the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is divided up into various details. Each department has their own responsibilities, their own special training. They work as teams. It's an effective way to conduct investigations. The primary detective in this case, Detective Gaddis, and they work as a team. She was the primary They work together and they work in a team. You've got the robbery detail that investigates robberies. You've got the financial crimes that investigates financial crimes. You've got Metro Intelligence that generally investigates allegations and facts concerning corruption. But in this case, you've got Detective Jappy inserting himself in this murder investigation concerning Mr. Tellis. In fact, there's an email wherein Jappy implicates Tellis to Gaddis. So early on, we've got Detective Jappy, who obviously previously was directed by this old guard, now pointing the finger at Mr. Tellis to the lead detective in this homicide investigation. During a traffic stop, and this is the significance of Mr. Tellis. See, Metro has a policy that you're to have body cam on, all right? All civilian interactions should be captured because we want to know what the truth is. We want to have an objective record of what occurs. This initial contact with Mr. Tellis occurs on the 7th, and after he's charged and this case begins, repeated requests are made for this body cam. In fact, our judge, I was not on the case at that time, but our judge makes an order on July 18th, 2023 to turn that over. It's learned that over a month after that order is made, that evidence is destroyed. Detective Jappy is also present at the arrest and jumps into the ambulance and rides with Mr. Tellis. Now, it's anticipated that the state is going to argue to you that this suicide is somehow a consciousness of guilt. Apparently, he just couldn't live with himself for a murder that they feel that he committed. I would submit to you in the facts, the reasonable inferences to be drawn from these facts is at this point in time now, Mr. Tellis's life is coming apart. They've been in contact with him. They came into contact with him 2 times on September 7th. The first time they come, they speak to him. They say, we have warrants. He cooperates. They strip him of his clothes. They put him in a white paper suit. They've swabbed his mouth. Obviously, they're investigating him and they're coming down. I would submit to you that a reasonable inference is that there's an attempt by Mr. Tellis to kill himself, not as a difficulty, oh my gosh, I feel guilty for something they say I did, but his life was coming apart then. It truly was. He'd lost an election. It was giving him an opportunity to go back, be with his family. But now he was getting pressed in charge for a murder of which he's maintained his innocence. There's 3 surreptitious recordings that occur by the homicide detectives. And what's interesting and disturbing to note is Detective Jappy inserts himself into this interview, this surreptitious recording. Talk about another investigation. So again, we have Detective Jappy inserting himself into homicides investigation. I would submit to you a reasonable inference would be that trying to dictate the direction that the homicide investigation is taking. We would submit to you that reasonable minds may disagree or could agree that losing a job is not a motive for murder. Their inference was made in these tweets, and it's kind of curious now, the age that we live in. I mean, we have presidents that commute via tweets. We have tweets from Mr. Tellis, an elected official, concerning the articles. Wife hears rustling in the trash. Her, honey, is there a wild animal in the trash? Me, no dear, looks like Jeff German going through our trash for his 4th story on me.
Go place.
Smiley face. Oh shoot, I left a pizza box and sushi containers in the trash. In the next article, I'm going to have mobbing jacuzzi ties. He's making fun of these. And then you can see the dates, June 18th and June 25th. Again, he's not particularly happy about these articles, but he's reaching out. I mean, he's lost his election. Typical bully, can't take a pound of criticism after sleeving 100 pounds of BS. Up to Article 4 now. You'd think he'd have better things to do. He's addressing these articles in the appropriate way in a public forum. That's what elected officials, regardless if they're high level, low level officials, they address, as he did previously. He addresses, as you saw, the presentation, the digital presentation after he learned of the articles. He's addressing his constituency. That's what an elected official is supposed to do. That's a reasonable response to criticism, which comes from the job. Again, these articles were not a motive for a murder. And we all know killing a journalist does not kill a story. Killing Jeff German does not kill the investigation or the stories concerning Mr. Tellis. One would think the reporting is heavy on that. One can imagine what it would be for a murder. Obviously, if one's concerned about negative reporting, one doesn't want to commit a murder because obviously reporting is going to be far more severe. Mr. Tellis was a lawyer prior to this, and he was on his way back becoming a lawyer. However, we do have a predatory corporation losing millions of dollars as a result of his whistleblowing, which he engaged in. He was consistent. Even after he was voted out, he was communicating with Detective Jaffe. He wanted to right these wrongs as he was exiting the office. There were others that had far more motive to make it look like he was the killer and to conduct this killing, because Jeff German was a good reporter. He would ultimately get to what the truth was and what was really going on in that office and with these third-party vendors. Killing an investigative journalist, there's no more follow-up information concerning these millions of dollars when the old guard is now put back into place. German's gone now. I mean, Jeff German did a good job of digging and finding things. We've all heard about him. We all know him. We all respected him. He would take on tough opponents, dangerous opponents. Jeff German was no stranger to making people upset. He made a lot of people, far more able people, far more violent people upset with him. He often had people threatening him. In fact, there was proof of it found on his devices. He was known for the boldness of his inquiries, taking on corrupt and violent targets through the course of his investigative journalism. It came with his job, and it's unfortunate that we no longer have him.
Stop lying to people. Whoever the guy was that wrote that article the other day, you need to fire his ass. Stop lying to people. We're coming for your ass. We are watching you motherfuckers. You better fire that son of a bitch. I'm coming down there tomorrow, motherfucker.
Jeff German received this threat shortly, months before his murder.
You guys just did get some propaganda shit out of motherfuckers just for Biden, you fucking piece of shit. You left wing fucking faggot, fucking socialist, fucking dead motherfuckers. You guys will pay in the end, motherfuckers. You fucking cheated and lied. You guys fucking lied.
There goes monetization. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh! Oh!
Defense, and again, that's why we had our founding fathers had this.
That woke me up.
We can't prove any of those gentlemen did this. We're not saying they did. We don't know. But there's a bigger picture.
Y'all awake?
What investigative steps that all were taken to follow up on these two threats that we know of close in time to Jeff German's murder. The state could say this is the lunatic fringe, this is to be disregarded, but nonetheless, when you have objective fact finders, when you have people that are truly in search of the truth, you should investigate all avenues. Keeping the burden where it should be on the state. And at the close of this case, we are going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
God.
Okay. This time we will break for lunch. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or communicated by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you, and will be recessed till 1:30.
Thank you. All rise for acting jury, please. Jurors, please leave your notebooks.
Wow. So who was doing all the cussing? Yeah. Hopefully, doesn't have a curse counter up on this trial. Is he watching this trial? I know 13 juror is. I didn't know if RA was.
I don't know.
Oh, I guess he
Hey,
is.
I gotta go take a
Yeah.
nap.
Go take a nap. See you later. You can try and come back later.
I'm gonna try, but I'm not gonna promise. It all depends on what I've got to do. Whew.
No problem. I just click on the same link.
Okay.
If I change it, I'll send it to you.
Okie dokie karaoke.
Bye, love.
Oof. Oof da.
Yeah. Okie dokie karaoke. That's a new one for me. Wow. I hadn't heard that before. You believe the defendant, Sneaky? Oh, he just started opening statements. Yeah. I saw that. Well, this chick is going to go hydrate, eliminate, and feed herself and doggy. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. And then I want to talk a little bit more about the Eric Baldwin and that spicy ruling handed down by Judge Summers. So I'll see you in a little bit. Thanks for joining. Don't go anywhere. Come back. I'm back. How are y'all? Well, Jedi Jess, that's okay because what I'm going to do is go back at the end of the day and screenshot everything. So I'll do that. Thank you so much for that. But yes, I've started doing that when there's a trial that I can't get any information on. By the way, have y'all tried the Kodak Bear Bites? They're baked graham crackers, not sponsored. These are healthy and delicious. My daughter got these for us, and I'm like, And what I love about them is it fills you up quick. You don't eat a ton of them because they've got a lot of fiber in them. We've had AC problems, so I'm a little bit struggling here. I went and got me a drink. We all good now. Ready to go. I'm sure we'll still be here. We probably be here till 6 because they're an hour behind us. I think they're your time zone. But that's an interesting combination of drink and cookie. I've got to get back in trial mode, posting everything. If anybody's interested in being a mod over here, I'm going to be interviewing mods in the near future. We're not taking 20 or 30, but we could use 1 or 2 more. So if you're interested, go into the Stream Deck, Discord, and in the little area for members, just say I'm interested. They on your time. I know you're lucky they're on your time. I'd rather them be on your time than East Coast time. Last couple cases, this chick was up at 6 in the morning and up at work by 6:45 to be ready for court by 7:45. It was not fun, but it was fun. Okay. I'm not sure what to think at this point, honestly. The opening of the defense was just. I understand it's their style, but gosh, come on, y'all. We need to do a little better than that. Playing catch up because I was modding for Baker on 175 speed to catch up to real time. How is Mr. Baker doing? I know, I'm so happy you come to say hi, Miss Jedi. Miss Jedi Jess, I just found a place on YouTube to put to make it where streamers can redirect to me. And so I did go ahead and put in Baker, Valhalla, Runkle of the Baby, Bailey's, Lawn Lumber, and RA. So they're the ones that can redirect to me. So that's fabulous. Is Broken Baker covering this trial as well? Coffee, coffee, coffee. Coffee. I know, I got a lot. And I got water, guys. Don't worry. I'm not just drinking coffee, although I could. I know, even though she's actively modding, it's awesome. So I was going to go over to Broken Baker and see what they're doing. Is he live? Okay, they're doing the neighborhood dispute turns tragic day two. So they're doing the Florida versus Susan Lorenzik. Okay. I don't know why that didn't just jump out at me. Yeah. Miss Kevin, come join us sometime in the near future. A lot of our people have missed you. Let me think. I miss having my counter. I've got to get that reloaded onto my Stream Deck, and that's going to take me some time. I've got to redo all this and figure it out. I got to figure it out. Yeah, everything is super quiet today. I hope everything went well for him too, for Mr. Braxton. We miss you. We miss you. Only you. Y'all look at my little baby. I've got some other enclosures to make, and I'm just gonna throw them up on oh, I bet you have some grumpy toddlers in the house after that weekend. Oh yeah. It's gonna take a hot minute for them to settle in. But I'm gonna go ahead and make some of these enclosures, and I am going to put them on eBay and Etsy. Etsy. That's it. I always say it wrong. My daughter's always correcting me. And I'm going to try and sell them. I mean, why not? I'm not going to make a ton of them, but I'll put a few up and see what happens. But like it. This one is, I got to say, I really like this other one. I don't have a spider in it yet, but it's definitely, it's hard to see because the lighting is all forward facing. I know everybody's super tired, but this is my steampunk theme. I have the little table. I made the chair and the little stool. Where's it? Right there. And of course, this so you know how it looks in the back. But isn't that cute? I know, I'm crazy. I love making things. I love the creative aspect of it. I really do. And I haven't seen our little friend in a little while. Don't know where little friend is. I found little friend this morning hiding out behind here. I hope little friend doesn't make a nest back there. I may have to go in and do something there so they don't. But oh, there's little friend up in the corner. There's little friend. I want to be able to I need to get pictures and document. You know how that goes for this little kid. So we'll see what happens. I wonder where it's going to make its little nest. They do make a little nest, usually higher in the corners. So we'll see what happens. Do you know what? Today feels like a Monday to me. This does not feel like a Wednesday. Is it Wednesday already? It doesn't feel like a Wednesday. Y'all, I got to figure out Monday, Saturday's spilling the tea. Oi, yay, 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 yay. Girlfriend. Come on. You little booger butt. You little booger butt. My little booger butt. I'm sorry y'all had to see me get up and down, but these little chocolate things are good, and they're very low calorie. So what other trials are going on right now that we're kind of missing out on? let me see. So we're doing the Florida versus Susan Lorenzik. Neighbors dispute turns tragic. I haven't paid any attention to that one at all. So I don't know anything about that. Sarah Boone is still going on. Nothing yet. Oh, what do y'all think about the gymnast who lost her medal? That whole drama? I don't get it. I just think this is just absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Um, if they scored her routine way too low for the difficult, that's on the judges. And she didn't know that her coach had gone and asked for it to be evaluated, the difficulty score. They felt that it was graded too low, so they adjusted it. And Jordan Childs was given the third place medal because that's where it placed her. But taking the Romanian third place person into fourth. Then the one of the big government officials for the whatever turned around and threw a huge fit. He's a part of the Olympic Committee. He said he wasn't going to go to the Olympic ceremonies. He threw a fit. And so they have reversed the decision. And Childs has already been up on the podium, gotten her third place bronze, and now they're stripping her of it, literally stripping her of the medal. So now she's got to send it back, and then the Romanian will get it. And they're going to have to do an award ceremony for her. Going to Wade Wilson, he cries like a baby on the phone call in jail, and he has threatened to end his own life. So that's where that is. It's crazy. There's several people who've been taken, already stripped of their medals already. What? Text message tampering, uncovering the truth behind Higgins' erased text. I'm going to have to watch that one. We don't have time to watch that today. I'm just looking at what's going on. Definitely going to be a very interesting case with Sarah Bone. That's for sure. Karen Reed's going to be interesting. Nobody's heard of the decision of the judge yet, have they? Has anybody heard anything? Miss Kevin? It's just real quiet today, y'all. Okay, nothing yet. I wonder, is there a deadline on that, or is it whenever she decides? Thank you, Miss Kevin. Somebody asked about my school. I'm going to be taking 4 different classes I'm getting a degree in criminal justice. And this particular semester, the first two of the classes I'm taking the first 8 weeks is basically the very basics of criminal justice, the police, sheriff, all the different agencies, what they're responsible for. And then I'm taking research analysis, so I'm going to learn how to do all the research. You think? I'm surprised we don't have I am and I'm not, but we should have a verdict any time now on that. I mean, I can't imagine. Where did my report go? I cannot imagine her waiting that long. I don't understand. I'm having a problem signing into my account, please. I've got a thing of 8789. How did it expire? I just got it. Oh, that's not the right number. I'm checking on. I am checking on my college educational stuff while we're sitting here. It doesn't ask me. I don't have to. I guess I can do it this way. Yes, we did a little bit this morning, love. I spoke a little bit about it this morning, and I will go into it more later. I don't want to do it this live. Because I want to be able to give it time and really start and really dive into it. I really want to look at it in detail, but I did go through some of it, Miss Andra, yes. But man, it got spicy, the sections I looked at, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I cannot believe." I mean, I was so happy to see that the judge, Judge Summers, nailed Morrissey's butt to the floor. Absolutely nailed her butt to the floor. And Popper. I was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. Awesome. What's your thoughts on it, Miss Andrell? I can't view anything on my thing. They started this new system. And I can't get logged in. It's frustrating. So, have we heard anything from the Baldwin camp on any of this documentation? I haven't. heard anything from the Baldwin camp. Well, we're going to look at it depending on what time we start on Monday. That's one thing that we're going to work on Monday. I mean, not Monday, tomorrow morning. Like I said, depending on what they actually time they start, I'll come in early and we'll go over all of that. We can do that. This is ridiculous. So let's see, what else am I going to be able to? I'm going to look up something. Hold on. There's a lot of people, like Amber Rudder demands apology after being robbed of the chance for an Olympic shooting gold by incorrect decisions. She got silver and she's still complaining. It's just getting really, really bad. I'm looking, y'all. Trying to see if we can find something short. Court TV. Let's look for another little short thing. Everything's really long. Oh, I wanted to talk about that, y'all. Okay. What did you think about the Mr. Tellis supposedly wearing that bright orange jacket, that big sun hat, having that backpack, black gloves? What did y'all think about that? That, to me, I'm like, when I look at it, it almost looks like a woman's. Let me get the images. Let me go up here and get an image. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the image. And is he representing himself? I want to know that. Okay, I'm going to share this screen. Okay, here we go. Let's look at this. Found during the search. Now, it is double blurred. It's the way the image is, okay? Can't help it. During the search of the warrant at Tellis's home, the tennis shoes are the same. Well, these look more gray, but angle of light will change anything. The bag, yeah, looks pretty close. And the hat being cut up. So let's see if I can find a better image of the items. Okay, here's the tennis shoe. Yeah, it is gray. So it was gray. And the toe was cut off. What the heck is going on with that? And then the hat being cut off in a bunch of different pieces. And you can see it's been ripped here. And they found blood on the shoe. That, to me, is pretty condemning evidence, and it was found at his home. Okay. And then let me get to a good image. There we go. The face has definitely got something covering it. Then you have the hat. Now, this image looks like it has been resized just by the way the hat and all that looks. Anyway, the shoes. Here we go. Here's the hat. Who construction shirt with the gloves. The shoes are gray. Everything matches. The bag matches. I'm like, oh, he's returning home from the jail. So, wow. That to me is very, very damning. That's very damning. And any attorney that represents himself has a client for a fool. I saw this the other day. Why is he standing like that? He stood like that in the pretrial hearing. Oh, did he try to end life on himself? Look at the bandages. Why? What happened? Why is he bandaged? Yeah, this is interesting. This is going to be a fun trial, I think. Do we want to take bets on how long this is going to last? Should I start a poll? Hey, why not? Why not? Let's start a poll. How many days will this trial last? Let's see who gets closest. I might even give something away. I might get something away. 7 days. 10 days. Now, what I mean is actually days in court. Okay, let's start the poll and see what people have to say. Poll is posted, and I can't participate in my own poll. Did they say what time they were going to come back? Oh, no. 1 hour ago. 1 hour ago. Alex Murdaugh granted chance to argue jury tampering affect the murder trial. The disgraced attorney. I'm going to come this way so I'm not turned. Killer Alec Murdaugh will have another opportunity to plead his case to review his appeal of an earlier decision that denied that request. In an order filed on Thursday in South Carolina's highest court, granted a motion sought by Murdaugh's attorney, which asked the justice to take up his appeal after the lower courts rejected it. The order gave Murdaugh legal team 30 days from filing date to serve and submit an initial brief to the court. A 47-page brief was filed before the end of the day. However, there wasn't a timeline explicitly laid out for any of the proceedings that could follow. Murdaugh, 56, is convicted of a 23 murdering of his wife Maggie and his son Paul in what has become a notorious American crime story, attracted a ton of media coverage. Judge sentenced him to the following: the jury's verdict to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, which has been serving along with a separate 27-year sentence for financial crimes. In the latter case, the former South Carolina lawyer confessed to stealing millions of dollars from his clients while dealing with what he described as an opioid addiction. But he has maintained that he is not guilty of the brutal double murder. After his conviction in a fraud case, Murdaugh and his attorneys revisited the early murder trial and presented an appeal for a new one based on the allegations of a jury tampering that, they argued, influenced the jurors' votes. They claimed that a former Colleton County Clerk of Court, Rebecca Hill, who was involved in the murder trials, violated ethic codes and prejudiced jurors in various ways that allegedly presumed that his guilt in his family's murder killing. They also accused her of allowing personal motives to influence her professional conduct. For example, the attorney claimed that he had permitted photographs of Murdaugh inside of a holding cell to be taken because she wanted to promote the book that she co-authored on his trial. When they brought the appeal to the court in January, the Judge Jean Toll, formerly Chief Justice of the Southern Carolina Supreme Court, found Hill may have been attracted to siren call of celebrity and allowed public attention of the moment to overcome her duty. But Toll said in the ruling rejecting the appeal that she didn't believe any of Hill's actions swayed the jury's decisions in a way that would have changed the guilty verdict. Hill later resigned. So he is going to get to argue this before the courts again. How many of us are actually surprised by this? Anybody? I'm sure not. Wow. Interesting. Mm. There's so much stuff on the Olympics. I'm almost on overload with the Olympics. Can you believe their beds were made out of cardboard? In a way, ingenious, but they said they were horribly uncomfortable. Horribly, horribly uncomfortable. Peggy Moffat, fashion model and muse, who scandalized the 1960s with a topless photo, monokini is what they called it, passed away. Oh, I've seen this a long time ago, but yeah, she's like Twiggy. She's very, very, very famous model. If anybody knows anything about that. Um, did you know Snoop Dogg is now a new judge on The Voice? I love Reba, man. She brought some new life to that. No air conditioning in the rooms. Um, Everything was pretty much biodegradable. Oh, this sucks, y'all. Oh my gosh. Can I embiggen this? I don't want to see the wellness. This poor homeowner. This is horrible, y'all. I'll show you as soon as why there's any commercials. Oh, I want it in big. Look at this house, y'all.
Is not disrupted. CNN has reached out to the homeowner.
Here, I'll pull it back.
A New Jersey house was blasted with water after an apparent contractor mistake. The mayor of Edison, New Jersey, says the 30-inch
Hope they had
water
good
main
windows.
break was caused
You
by
can see the shingles
contractors
getting
working in
damaged.
the area. He says there are no injuries and water flow to residents is not disrupted. CNN has reached out to the homeowner.
Wow, y'all, that sucks big time. That royally sucks. Can you imagine you coming home to that mess? I couldn't imagine coming home to that. So, there was not a whole lot of nice things to say about the accommodations in Paris. And now, I didn't know this, y'all. A lot of countries don't want the Olympics, even the United States. And many of the Olympic sites that were built, the auditoriums, event centers, all of that. I saw this thing that 99% of them are vacated and left abandoned all over the world, and they just decay and become eyesores and safety issues. Uh-oh. Devastating dam failure that claimed thousands of American lives. When was this? Oh, it's not one big event. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't know why several countries don't host different one. I mean, it's one Olympics all at the same time, but America could host track and field. This one over here could host, the water sports for the summer. I mean, why don't they spread it out? I mean, it is kind of a great honor to do it, but at the same time, hasn't where was the last Atlanta, Georgia? I think they hosted the Olympics, and all the arenas and everything are just wasting away. I'm like, renovate them and open it up to the city. There's a lot of bands and high school events that need those big arenas. And for state competitions and things like that. I mean, open all that up. Court has to be starting soon, y'all. Lay down. Oh, y'all heard about the LA County or LA earthquakes hit a fault system that can pose a massive threat. Here's what to know. I was in California. Well, we were in the middle of leaving California when that one happened and all the highways collapsed on top of each other in the 80s. We had a 4.4 magnitude earthquake that jolted Los Angeles area this week, hit the area of the fault system that could possess an even greater threat to parts of the city, said the notorious San Andreas Fault. I have been in one of those earthquakes. I've been through many. But I was like third grade, and we were riding the bus and coming back from some kind of an outing. And all of a sudden, there was an earthquake. And it was kind of weird because the bus kind of felt like it had a flat tire, and you're kind of doing this. And then we could see the ground cracking, and it kind of paralleled us, and then it went away from us. And the school was next to a church that had a graveyard. And I remember when we moved there and I saw that, I asked my daddy or the dead people going to come out of that? And he goes, no. Caskets did pop out of the ground. And there were remains on the ground when we drove by. Nobody told the bus driver or anybody because it had just happened like 2-3 minutes prior to us driving by. And all of us kids were face planted into the window trying to see if anything happened. And oh my gosh. I had dreams for a while. And we lived in an old Victorian home that had the little plate rails around the dining hall. It's not just a room. And my mother had salt and pepper shaker collection sitting on those. And man alive, they didn't have like a little, what we call a dowel rail to hold it on. It was just the wood with the grooves. She'd always lose a couple of them when that happened. We had to clean it up. Oh my God. Yeah, I remember. Oh, I remember it was so beautiful. It had the rolling hills. It's kind of north of San Francisco. Had eucalyptus. It smelled good. Oh my gosh, did it smell good? Eucalyptus smell from a real tree is vastly different than the synthetic stuff you get. There's similarities, but there's nothing like the real thing. And the grass would get about what I would call waist high to me. And I was in second and third grade, but I was the size of a kindergarten first grader. I could stand in it, and some of it was over my head, but most of it was right about ear level. I used to go find me a little spot and lay down in the middle of the hill, lay my blanket down. That's when the little portable radios came out. Take my radio, lay down, and escape my twin brother. God. All of a sudden, the earth started shaking. I rolled over on my tummy and I prayed so fast. I was just sure it was going to open up and gobble me. And that was after we were riding the bus and I saw the ground open up. So, yeah. Oh, James Cameron is working on a classified Terminator project. Oh, we're going to have another Terminator. That's going to be fun. What else is on the news? Oh, TV meteorologist had an on-air panic attack during the weather report. Gonna need to stop. That's horrible. That's horrible, y'all. Have a panic attack while you're on live TV? Gotta hope I never do that. Mods, if I do that, y'all get me off screen. Although I'm not prone to panic attacks. But we never know. Okay, yay, we're back. Wow, tarantula warning for 8 states. Hordes of baseball-sized tarantulas may start roaming across several southern states, including Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas. The hairy spiders known as Texas brown tarantulas. Oh, they're coming into their mating season. August through October. Yeah, they're expecting this to be a heightened season. Oh my God, this guy has it in his mouth. Ew. Females can live up to 20 to 30 years, while males live much shorter lives, typically only a few years after reaching maturity and mating. A male can mate over 100 females. Wow. Where's the sound? Got it.
North,
We'll go.
Holly Bailey. Holly Bailey. Holly Bailey. We're gonna have to go.
Please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Holly Bailey, HOLLYBAILEY.
Have a seat. Thank you very much.
That's
ma'am,
the neighbor.
if you could, tell me where you live.
Northwest area, Brown Circle.
On Bronze Circle. Who do you live there with?
My husband and our daughter.
Okay. And do you know someone, or did you know someone by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes.
How did you know Jeff?
He's just been our neighbor for 27 years,
Okay. Where did Jeff live in relation to your house?
directly across the street.
What's the kind of shape of the street? Is it just a straightaway or?
Small cul-de-sac, like 11 homes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022.
Was that Friday?
I believe so. On that day, does something kind of catch your attention with respect to Jeff?
Yes.
Or actually, September 2nd.
Okay.
So what do you notice?
Well, he never leaves his garage door open, and I noticed it was open and his car was in there. And it was, I was running errands that morning, and then when I came home a little while later, around noon, I think it was open, and it's never open.
Okay.
Never.
Now, at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as stage proposed exhibit 2. Hey, first witness, let the record reflect on showing the witness stage proposed 2. Ma'am, take a look at that. Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Is that, what is that?
That's his home.
Okay. Is that roughly kind of from a perspective facing from your home, kind of looking over in that direction?
Directly across the street.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit stage proposed 2.
No objection.
May I have permission to publish? Thank you so much. Publishing stage 2. So you mentioned that on that morning, you noticed that his garage was up.
It was closer to noon
Okay.
because I was running errands that morning. I drop off at school, and then I had errands, and I was home around noon or before, a little before that.
And you mentioned you've lived next to this guy for how long? How many
Across the street, 27 years, almost 30.
years? And does he keep kind of a regular routine?
Yes.
And so this really stuck out to you?
Yes, because I'm in and out of the house all day long, so I'm familiar with, it's not that big of a street, not to me, but I
Okay.
was his because,
Okay, so it's up around noon. Do you do anything in relation to Jeff to let him know about the garage?
No, but I was busy, and
Okay.
but I had that feeling of angst, like something was wrong.
Okay, so a little more time that goes by.
Right.
Do you see that house a little bit later in the day?
All day up until I left to leave at 2:30.
So at 2:30, is the garage still up?
Yes,
Do you decide to do anything at that point?
did it when I came home.
Okay, when did you come home?
It was around
anywhere between 3:30 and 4.
Okay, so now.
And so I started, I believe it was texting, or I was texting him.
So you're texting it. Is the car in the garage? Is Jeff's car in the garage?
Yes.
All right. So now you're texting around 3:30, something like that. Do you
Yeah.
get any response back?
No.
So what do you do at that point?
So I'm really busy. So I just continued on. I spoke with my neighbor. She told me, it's strange. I said, I know I already called him or texted him. I can't remember what it was.
Do
And
you remember which neighbor it was?
her name is Debbie.
Okay. So you're now asking Debbie too. How long has Debbie lived in the neighborhood with you guys?
I'm not sure, but maybe a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're noticing it. Debbie's noticing it. It's 3:30.
It's basically her and I, because
Okay.
I'm super observant.
Okay.
And so, and
Okay.
she is too, but she works from home, so she's busy herself, but I'm in and out all day long.
Evening comes, any change with that garage door?
No, we were gonna go, we spoke about it, my husband and I. He said if it's still open when it gets dark, we'll just go over there and close it.
Is that what you do that night?
Yes,
Who does that?
my husband and I walk over there, and I pulled the cord,
All right, so you pull the cord, you bring it down.
and he pulled the garage door down.
All right, so the garage door is pulled down. Do you do anything to alert Jeff to let him know what you did for him?
It was either directly before or directly after. I think it was directly before. I sent him an email. It was either an email or a text. And I said, okay, this is what I think it was before. I said, this is what we're going to do. I haven't heard from you, so I'm assuming maybe we think you left town and you don't have your phone or something. I said, but your garage door's up, and I hope you're not mad, but we're going to go over there and close your garage door for you.
Do you hear anything from him by the end of the night?
No.
Following morning, what
No.
happens? Following morning, what happens?
My husband woke me up early.
Okay, what happens then?
He asked me if I called 311
Okay. To do what? Why did you want to call 311 at that point?
for a well check.
Do you do it at that point?
I said, let me email him one more time. And then he said, well, I'll go check the backyard. I said, I said, why don't you go check the backyard? He said, that's a good idea.
Is there a way from the cul-de-sac, if you're approaching Jeff's house, is there a way to kind of check that backyard?
To the left, as I'm looking at it.
So when we're looking in this picture, there are some individuals or some men standing to the left of that house. Is that the general area that you're talking about, that you could get to the backyard?
I believe so. I've never walked back in his backyard from
Okay.
that direction.
But that's what you were thinking your husband was going to go.
Right, and he said, that's a good idea, and then that's
Okay.
what he did, and
then what happened next?
then she came running in the house sobbing and screaming. And I said, what's going on? What happened? And I ran out there to my husband, and he was on the phone with 911, and he was in shock, and I went into shock, and he was having a hard time
Your husband was.
getting to the 911 operator to understand him.
What happens after? Does your husband eventually get on the phone with 911?
He just kept saying, we know he's dead. What he didn't say, we know he's dead. I heard him being very, to a point of arguing because, just get the police over here. And she wanted to know, well, is he breathing? Questions about how do you know he's dead? And he said, what is taking so long, or something to that effect? Why can't you just get the police over here? I know he's dead.
And you could see your husband was upset.
Very upset because, he has a bit of an accent and nobody can ever understand him on the phone. Plus it's above 115 degrees. It was a super hot day, very hot.
Did you go over to that side of the house?
Yes, I went up to my husband and then I saw him.
Okay, and when you say him, who are you talking?
Jeff.
Okay. After that, do the police or medical personnel eventually arrive?
Hey,
Yes, but one policeman was walking up the block, and I just felt like it was, I was in shock, but it just seemed like everything was in slow motion because he was walking very slowly, and I kind of said, "Would you please hurry up?"
Okay.
And he says, "Do you have a medical emergency?" I said, "No, it's not a medical emergency." I said, "You can see."
Okay. And you directed him over to Jeff?
And then I saw a fire truck at the end of the cul-de-sac, but they wouldn't come up.
Okay.
Nobody came up the block.
Did you
they had
run
to
outside and kind of
secure
watch it?
scene.
Yes, I was praying.
They had to
for
make
him,
sure the scene was
talking
secure.
to him.
And so it was you there kind of just praying for Jeff?
I was, because I just didn't seem, it was just very not natural.
Okay. And you
And
didn't,
it just couldn't just, I mean, didn't look like a natural death. I could tell you that right now.
as time goes on.
That
more
doesn't
emergency
surprise me,
personnel and
Bragg.
Police arrive to the scene?
Of course.
Okay. And do you stay out there generally and kind of watch what's happening?
Yes, I just stayed, I just didn't, I stayed across the street. My gate, my side gate would look directly on him.
Okay. And so you
But
watch.
through a semi-sheer bush,
I'm glad they're doing that.
Set up, crime scene tape for this, that, and the other.
Correct.
And you stayed out there. Court's indulgence. Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena. You may call your next witness.
Next witness, Your Honor, is Roy Bailey.
Please watch your step when you step up into the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face forward.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the
Oh.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Roy, R-O-W, Bailey, B-A-I-L-E-Y.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Good afternoon, sir. In September of 2022, what street were you living on?
Bronze Circle.
Bronze Circle? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you lived in that neighborhood?
I'd say 40 years.
40 years? Did you have a neighbor by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Oh, yes.
Where did he live in relation to your house?
Directly across the street.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 2.
It's just having delay.
Oh, there we go. Can you see that on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Do you recognize that residence?
Yes, I do.
Whose house is that?
That is Jeff's house.
Okay. And you said you've been in the neighborhood about 40 years. Do you have an estimate of how long he lived there?
Yes, 26 years.
26 years?
Mhm.
Over the years or decades there, did you kind of get familiar with when he would come and go from his house?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
How would you describe his daily routine?
Excuse me. He would, in the mornings, I was working outside my house, and Jeff would come out around 8 o'clock or something, and I assumed he went and got his coffee or whatever and came back. And a lot of times, he would acknowledge me, I'd acknowledge him.
So he had kind of a routine of going to get coffee in the morning,
Yeah. quite
and then
often.
you'd see him when he'd come back.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
On the 2nd of September of 2022, did you notice something strange at his house?
At his house?
Yeah, or how his house looked, I guess.
This was on the Friday, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
I noticed the garage door was open.
Could you
And-
tell whether or not his car was there?
No,
Okay.
no, I couldn't see that low.
Okay. Was it unusual for him to have his garage door open?
Yes, he would come and go, but always close it.
Because you saw that, did you take note of it throughout the day?
Yes,
Did you have any discussions with your wife about the garage door?
yes.
And do you ever walk over there on the second?
Not early because of the heat.
Okay. How about later in the day?
Yes, I did.
Thanks, Jedi.
Did go over there.
And when you went over there, did you go by yourself that evening? I guess it would be, or with
That's as hot.
anyone?
That's as loud as I could make the court. Is that better?
With my wife.
You went over with your wife.
Yes.
And I lowered myself.
At that time, when you went over, do you remember if his car?
It's not a
was
good
there or
court
not?
feed.
Yes, it was there.
It was there. Did that strike you as unusual?
No,
Okay. Did you and your wife do anything to the house when you went over that evening?
Is that
closed
better?
the door.
Were you aware of whether or not your wife had attempted to contact Jeff during the day?
Yes, throughout the day.
And to your knowledge, was contact ever made?
No.
I want to talk to you about the next day, the 3rd of September.
Mhm.
Did you go over to Jeff's house that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember about what time you went over?
Around 9:15 in the morning.
Okay. And I assume you just walked over yourself?
Well, my granddaughter
Oh, your
was
grand.
behind.
Okay, so she kind of was following behind you.
Thanks, Miss Kevin.
Is that yes? When you looking at this picture, did you go? Like, I know the garage door would have been shut, but did you go to his front door, or where did you walk?
I went to his front door
And is that
Sorry, guys.
towards the kind of the
to the right.
yeah where the
Correct.
trees are?
Yes.
Okay. And did you knock on the door?
I knocked and rang the doorbell.
And any response?
No.
Okay. What happened after you did that?
After I did that, I thought about going around. I was going to go around the back
Uh-huh.
to see, if there was something up that way. And, I did go around the corner, around the garage.
And so did you head from looking at from the tree area across the garage here?
Once I turned the corner, I could see across.
Okay. But did you walk over to that other side?
I walked over to the other side.
And what
Y'all
did you
need to
see?
tell me. I don't
When
mind
I
it.
made the right turn.
I'm deaf aboard.
walked about another
I
6
can
feet
only go by my gauges.
and,
So if I'm hot, you need to let me know. Appreciate it. I really do. No, poor guy. I want to give him a
Sorry.
hug.
Okay. Do you need any water? Or
I saw Jeff.
you saw Jeff? Was he on the ground?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So you saw him, and based on that, what did you do?
I called 911.
Did you have your cell phone with you?
Yes,
Okay. Were you standing there calling?
yes,
Okay. And then at some point after you called 911, did police and other people arrive at the residence?
yes. There was a patrol officer that came by
Okay.
within a very short time, actually.
So the patrol guy comes first, and then were there a lot more people that came to the
That
house?
followed, yes.
Do you remember if you were interviewed by officers about what you saw?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Okay. And how about, did officers ask you about whether or not you had a video surveillance system on your house?
Yes, they did.
Did they ask for permission to download that from you?
Yes, they did.
And I assume you gave permission?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Bailey. When you were interviewed, was it a formal interview where you went into the police department, a detective's office to give an interview?
No, they were in the house. I mean, the detectives were around all day. And
Okay. So it was just when they arrived on the scene, is that the interview that you were referring to?
Yes,
Do you know if they recorded your interview or not?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. And you are excused for your subpoena. Thank you very much.
I like the pace. I like the pace.
Call the next witness.
Good.
We'll call Deborah Ryan.
Please watch your step. Leave the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face forward.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Debbie, Debbie, Ryan, Ryan.
Thank you. May I proceed? Thank you. Ms. Ryan, if you could, do you know someone by the name of Jeff Gill?
I do.
What was your relationship to him? How'd you know Jeff?
Neighbors, or lives right across the street from me for 27 or 28 years.
All right. What was the street that you and Jeff lived on?
Bronze Circle.
Okay. Do you know a couple by the name of Roy and Holly Bailey?
I do.
And how do you know Roy and Holly?
Been our neighbors since we've lived there for 33 years, right beside us.
Okay, so I want to show you what's been already admitted as stage 2. You look at that monitor over, well, you can look at the monitor even just to your right, that
okay.
helps, or you can look at the big one behind
No,
you.
this is better.
Is that better? Okay. Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Jeff's.
All right, so I just want to orient the jury for a minute. So Jeff lives there. Where do the Baileys live in relation to Jeff?
Straight across the street.
Okay, is that in a cul-de-sac?
We're in a cul-de-sac.
All right, and if we're at the Bailey's house, right? If we're in the Bailey's house, do you live to the left of the Bailey's house, or you live to the right?
To the right.
Okay, so you live right next door to the right. So you're also facing Jeff.
Yes.
All right. So I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you notice something in relation to Jeff's home that catches your attention?
I did. The garage door was open.
Okay. Why did that, of all things, catch your attention?
Because unless he's outside, was working on the lawn or something, it was always closed.
Okay, so
It's always closed.
so you look over, garage is open, but Jeff's not there.
I didn't notice him, no.
Okay, was his car there?
Yes.
All right. So around what time do you remember roughly?
I'm gonna say 11:30, 12.
Okay, sometime in the afternoon, right, or
Yes.
midday. Yeah. So, do you do anything at that point, or do you just kind of go about your business?
I didn't. I thought maybe he was working on the side of the house or something. I was getting lunch. I work remote. Went back to work.
So you go back to work. A little later in the day, is that garage door still open?
It is.
Do you notice it at that point? Are you concerned at that point?
I was a little because I wondered why it was still open. I left to go get groceries, so I walked over and knocked on the front door, rang the doorbell.
And so when you knocked on the door, did you notice anything? Did you notice like any signs of like someone breaking in or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So you knock on the door, get an answer,
No, I didn't.
ring the doorbell, get an answer.
No, I didn't.
All right. So what do you do at that point?
Walked back and went got groceries. I thought maybe he was showering. I don't know. I just walked back to the house.
All right. So you go about your day. At some point in the evening, do you kind of notice or check on the door or see what's going on?
We did, my husband came home, we went to get something to eat, it was still open. When we came back, it was still open, so I called Roy and Holly to see if they knew, where he was at. It was unusual.
When you spoke with them, did they share a similar concern
They
as you
did.
did? Okay.
Yes.
So what do you decide to do at that point?
We walked over, Roy pulled the cord in the garage so that the door would go down. At least we knew it was shut. We thought maybe, I don't know, he left on vacation or something and the door open.
Okay. Do you hear from Jeff that night at all?
No.
All right. right, so let's get to the following morning. Let's talk about September 3rd. That morning, what are you doing that day, or what were you planning on doing?
We left for a ball game.
Okay.
We were at the ball game, and I'm not sure what time it was. I'll say 9:30 or so. I don't know. It was in the morning. We just got into the game, and I got a call from Holly. Very.
Tell me what, before we get into what she said,
Oh,
what
okay,
is
sorry.
what is her demeanor like when you get on the phone? How does she sound?
I can't even understand her. She's screaming, crying.
Okay. And what does she tell you?
That Jeff's dead.
Okay.
Roy had found him. So we left immediately and went home.
Okay. When you get home, when you pull up through Brown Circle, what do you see?
There are already cops starting to be there, but it wasn't closed off yet. So we were able to go into our house.
Okay, so you're able to make it to your home.
Mm-hmm.
Do you watch from your home? Do you come outside and kind of watch as things unfold? What do you remember?
We're outside.
Okay.
Watching.
Does it? I mean, I know you're not a police officer, but does everything seem kind of normal for the most part? Does anything look out of the ordinary as police or paramedics or people are responding to the scene?
No, I mean I don't know
Okay.
how to word it. No.
Nothing stood out to you.
No.
Okay. And you stay out there for a while and watch?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing during the whole time you're out there, nothing catches your attention as being out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay. Did the police eventually speak to you at some point?
Came by, yeah.
Was it that day?
Yeah.
And where did you give your interview at?
They were just right in front of the house. They were asking a couple questions, but they still were not really saying anything. Obviously, they were trying to figure out what's going on.
And you in general just relayed kind of
Yep.
some of the things you just shared with us
No,
today?
yeah, that we didn't know.
All right, well, listen, thank you so much. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Just briefly, thank you, Ms. Ryan. When you were interviewed, was it by patrol officers, detectives?
It wasn't really an interview. They were just kind of in the neighborhood, going around trying to calm people. I think more than anything, they weren't asking a lot of questions.
Okay, but you did come in contact with officers. Were they uniformed?
Yes,
Okay. Are you aware if they recorded your conversation with them?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Oh, no, you're on.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Claire Browning.
What are y'all thinking so far? Nice neighbors. Seems like a real nice neighborhood. People actually care. Sorry, trying to fix my seat. As long as I keep that pillow on that rib, I'm good.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Claire Browning. First name is Claire. Last name is Browning.
May I proceed? How are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
A little over 9 years now.
Okay. And you said you're a senior crime scene analyst?
I am.
Can you explain to the members of the jury first what a crime scene analyst does?
The duties of a crime scene analyst are to respond to crime scenes once we've been requested. We document the scene through notes, photography, a diagram if necessary, process for any latent prints, and collecting the evidence as it pertains to the crime.
And do you undergo training with Metro before you're allowed to work as a crime scene analyst?
Yes, we do.
And can you just give us an overview of that?
We go through a 12-week crime scene analyst academy, as well as a 12-week field training evaluation program. And we do continuing education classes after that.
And you mentioned that you're a senior crime scene analyst. Is there some testing or proficiency requirement or I guess experience that allows you to have that designation?
Yes.
And can you describe what that is for the jury?
We go through a testing process to promote to senior crime scene analyst. Once we are a senior, we are able to handle more complex calls to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, things of that nature. We also are responsible for training newer crime scene analysts and being an acting supervisor.
And you were working as a crime scene analyst on September the 3rd of 22?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked to respond to 7216 Bronze Circle?
That's correct.
What type of location is that?
It's a residential neighborhood.
Were you the only crime scene analyst that responded?
No, I was not. Senior crime scene analyst Christy Thomas also responded, and a crime scene analyst supervisor, Kaylin King, responded.
Now, when crime scene analysts arrive at a scene that's a possible homicide, I assume there's detectives and patrol officers there as well?
That's correct.
What kind of happens when you first get there?
When we first arrive on scene, we typically get a scene briefing, kind of the logistics of the scene, what we have, what items of evidence there potentially might be. We get that from a patrol officer, and then we kind of meet as a team to kind of determine how we're going to go about analyzing the scene.
And when you say you meet as a team, is that yourself and detectives?
That's correct.
Oh, and other crime scene analysts, I should say.
That's correct.
Do you all like kind of take an overview of the scene before people get down into the work of it?
Yes, we typically do a walkthrough of the scene to kind of determine what's going to be important for us.
Okay. Now you said that for homicide scenes, generally there's more than one crime scene analyst that responds. How are the duties divided amongst the analysts?
It can vary from scene to scene, but typically, and especially on this scene,
Place.
we divided it so that one crime scene analyst was doing the report and the photos, which was myself, and another crime scene analyst typically does the evidence and the diagram, which was Christy Thomas in this case.
And but all of you are sort of familiar with the scene because you're working it together?
Yes, we work in tandem.
Okay. And you were the photographer?
I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? And I don't know, Mr. Horvath and Mr. Duffy, do you want to? Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, defense counsel has reviewed all these photos that I'm going to show her, the witness. Okay. I'm going to ask you just to look through these in groups, and this is states proposed 1 through 51. If you can just let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Once again, just so you know, I will not show certain photographs.
Yes, I recognize these.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction, with the exception of one, state's proposed one, of how the scene appeared on September the 3rd?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit, I think 2 is already admitted, which is, so 2, or I guess 3 through 51.
No objection.
And with respect to state's proposed 1, does that appear to be like a Google image of the house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 1.
No objection.
Thank you. The next series I'd like you to look at are states proposed 52 to 105. If you could have a look at those.
Y'all, I'm loving how this court is running. No major drama. I like the professionalism of the lawyers. I like the professionalism of the court so far. I don't think we've even had an objection, have we?
recognize these as well.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of sort of the inside of Mr. Gehrman's house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 52 to 105.
No objection.
Next group is 53 to 134.
Recognize these.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the outside and backyard area of Mr. Gehrman's house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 106 through 134.
No objection.
Next group is
I know, Jedi. I don't.
135
It's
through 140.
feels weird.
There's just one more after that.
Feels too clean. Feels good. Judge has a real nice pen.
Recognize those?
Those appear to be the garage area and Mr. Gehrman's vehicle.
Yes.
State moves to admit 135 through 148. And the last group is state's proposed 149 through 161. If you could go through those.
Recognize those.
I know, right? I want a Rob pen.
State's proposed
I want a pen from Rob.
is a diagram of the crime scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the remaining up to 161 are photographs that were taken on the 3rd.
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of how they appeared with some of the crime scene analyst markers on them.
Yes.
State moves to admit 149 to 161.
We have no objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. So we're going to start with what's been admitted as states 1. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the front of the residence with a Google Street View.
Okay. And this is what's been admitted as states 2. And what are we looking at in that one?
This is the front of the residence on September 3rd.
Okay. Now, as we see it here, it looks like there's some crime scene tape on there. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Who puts the crime scene tape up?
It's usually going to be the first responding officers.
Okay. And that was in place by the time you got there?
That's correct.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 5. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the west side yard of that same residence.
Okay. And this is state 7. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is, again, the west side yard of that same residence. The gate in the back leads to the backyard, and in front of that gate, you can see the decedent.
Okay. That gate that we see in the backyard, did that have locks on it, or was it closed or anything?
No, there were gates on both the east and west sides of the house, and neither of them had a lock.
Okay. I'm now putting on the overhead. been admitted as states 10. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the decedent.
And when you and other crime scene analysts are noting, or I guess documenting the crime scene, is there any movement of the decedent before you take the photographs, or do you want to keep the scene as it was, and in your photography, I guess I should say?
Ideally, we keep the scene as pristine as we can. My photographs were actually taken after initial photographs of another CSA. They had already done an initial cursory body examination, and during that time, they discovered that the circumstances of his death were suspicious. So a homicide was called out.
Was there thinking at one point that it might have been a medical incident?
There was.
Okay. And then after that kind of was dispelled in homicide and your self-respond?
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the decedent, was there an attempt to document any personal property that he had on his person?
Yes, there was.
And what did he have with him?
Inside the left front pocket of the shorts that he is wearing, he had a cell phone. Protruding from the left rear pocket of those same shorts was a wallet with cards and identification in the name Jeffrey Gehrman, as well as several US dollar bills in cash. And then in his right front pocket, there was a car key.
So I'm putting on the overhead states 40. Is that the cell phone that you just spoke of?
Yes, it is.
And this is states 41. What is that?
This is the car key.
And I think you mentioned a wallet as well?
That's correct.
Okay. This is states 43. That's his wallet?
That's correct.
Was there photography done on the inside of his wallet to see if there was any cash present?
Yes, there was.
This is states 46. And that was documented as well?
Yes.
Probably, do you know how much money he had on him, or?
I can't recall.
Okay.
The evidence was booked by crime scene analyst Christy Thomas.
Okay, but it didn't appear like there was money taken from his wallet because it's present.
It did not appear so.
And this is states 47. That would be his identification.
That's correct.
Now, the area surrounding the body, did yourself and other crime scene analysts take note of the condition of those bushes and kind of shrubs?
Yes.
And what were your observations about them?
The bushes that were closest to the decedent had several broken branches. There was also apparent blood on those branches, and the rocks appeared to be disturbed around those bushes.
And putting on the overhead states 51. Is that an example of that?
Yes, it is.
And this is states 50. Sort of another view of the bushes with blood.
Yes.
You said the rocks around him were disturbed as well?
Yes.
Now, when you're dealing with the decedent's body, are there attempts made to preserve evidence in the form of DNA that might be on his person?
Yes.
And what is that?
We typically, whenever we are recovering a body from a scene, we're going to place handbags over their hands so we can preserve any kind of DNA evidence that might be on their hands or under their nails, whatever the case may be. We also wrap them in a clean sheet to preserve.
Pay attention, Canton PD.
I'm putting on the overhead states 37. What is that?
This is a representation of one of the bags that we put on his hand.
And this is states 36. That would be the other one, I think.
Yes.
And again, you said that's to preserve like DNA evidence?
That's correct.
Did yourself, detectives and crime scene analysts go into Mr. Gehrman's residence as well?
Yes, we did.
When you went into the residence, I guess I should say, what way did you make entry? Through the sort of the garage door that leads into the house, or the front door?
I believe we made entry through the interior garage door.
Okay. Did you do any documentation of the front door to note its condition?
Yes,
Was there any damage to the front door?
there was no damage to the front door.
I'm putting on the overhead states 52. Is that the front door?
Yes, it is.
And the photograph is to document that it hasn't been kicked in or there's no damage to the frame?
That's correct.
How about the interior of the residence? How would you describe it?
The interior of the residence was actually very clean, very orderly. Everything was essentially in its place.
Have you been to residences where places have been ransacked or items have been taken?
Yes, I have.
Did this residence look like that at all?
No, it did not.
Did it look like there was any area of disturbance inside the residence?
No.
This is states 53. What part of the house is that?
This is the living room.
And again, no disturbance and his TV's present. Everything looks pretty much in order.
Yes.
This is states 54. Is that just another view of the living room?
Yes, it is.
This is states 59. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the bedroom inside the residence.
And again, no sign of disturbance.
That's correct.
So 80s,
60.
90s. Sorry.
And we're looking at.
This is another view of the bedroom.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, states 64. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is like a sitting room that was just off of the living room.
No sign of disturbance in that room?
No.
This is state 66. And what room is that?
This is the office.
This is state 68. Appears to be sort of a closer view of his computer.
Yes.
Any sign of disturbance that you saw in that office area?
No.
Did you note the condition of like closets?
Hey, out and about with Diane. How are you?
Document whether or not there was any disturbance in those areas as well.
Yes, I did.
Thanks for popping in.
71. No disturbance in that closet, it appears.
That's correct.
And this is state 74. Sort of a cupboard, no disturbance.
That's correct.
And was it like that throughout the house? There was no sign of disturbance anywhere on the inside?
Correct.
Did Mr. Gehrman have medication that appeared undisturbed as well?
Yes, he did.
I want to move to, this is states 81. You can tell me. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the dining room area inside the residence.
Okay. And this is states 83.
Late 80s, early 90s. I'm just saying.
That dining room area to the right of it is a kitchen.
Yes.
And I see like a butcher block on the counter there. Did you document whether any knives were missing or anything like that?
There were no knives missing. From
It's a clean butcher block.
This is states 89. What are we looking at there?
This is another view of the other side of the kitchen.
Okay, no sign of disturbance.
No sign of disturbance.
And this is states 91.
This is again another view of the kitchen.
And again, no indication of disturbance.
No disturbance.
I'm showing you now states 100. It appears to be a trash bag. What was done with that?
This trash bag was located on the floor in between that dining room area and the kitchen. It was just open on the floor like that. We went through it and looked for any kind of receipts to kind of determine a timeline.
And I'm putting on the overhead now, states 103. What is that?
This is a receipt from Roberto's. dated 9/2, I believe at 9:03 a.m.
Okay. And the date would be on the receipt here. Can you see it? Oh, I know. Mhm. So we see the receipt from 9/2?
That's correct.
Okay. And the other part of the receipt has the time at 9:03 a.m.?
Yes.
How about the sort of the exterior of all of Mr. Gehrman's house? Was that documented by crime scene analysts as well?
Yes, it was.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document to see if there were any kind of disturbances or any way that somebody might have made entry into the residence.
This is states 106. Let me back up. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the west side gate that is just behind the decedent.
Okay, and that gate is closed, but there's not locks on it?
That's correct.
Was there any sign of disturbance around sort of the perimeter of the house?
There wasn't much of a disturbance. As you can see in that last photo, the gate is not latched all the way. So the door is closed, but it's not latched. Also, there's a window just north of that gate. So on the other side of the gate.
Hello, Britt. Hi,
that,
Britt.
Window had a slash through the screen.
Welcome.
And the overhead states 111. Can we see the window that?
I'll do a stream with you, Brax. Is it for you or me?
Can you see it or no?
I don't believe so. It's actually just beyond that bush on the left.
Okay, I'll try this one. This is states 113. Can you see looking at 113, can you see the slash mark on the window?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's the linear line.
Can you, there's a mouse up there? Yeah.
I believe that this is the slash.
Okay, I'm gonna approach just so you're sure.
Yes, that appears to be so.
Okay. Did you take a closer look at that slash, or is there any further description you can give of it?
There's just a tear in the screen.
Okay. This is states 114. It might be a better picture of it. Is that the slash that you were talking about?
That's correct.
Any other disturbance though on the window, like on the inside of that corresponding room, broken glass, anything pushed out?
No, not that we noticed.
Okay. And as you continue to the back of the residence, any disturbance whatsoever?
Not that I recall.
Okay, this is states 117. That appear to be the back of the residence.
Yes.
And then the back door that leads, I assume, into the kitchen area, no, that wasn't broken or any sign of disturbance to that as well?
No.
Mr. Gehrman's car was present at the scene?
Yes, it was.
This is states 135. And the keys were in his pocket, right?
That's correct. One key was in his pocket and one key was actually in the bedroom closet.
In the bedroom closet. The car itself, was it disturbed? Did you look at it on the inside?
We did open up the car. It was very clean on the inside.
Clean on the inside, nothing appeared out of the ordinary?
That's correct.
So the scene appears to be kind of confined to that side yard area?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 149. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a diagram of the crime scene.
Okay. Now on this diagram, I see AB6, AB5, 15, AB4, and AB3. 3, 2, and 1. What are those designations?
The AB 1 through, I believe it's 6, is a parent blood. So a parent blood stain 1 through 6. They're in different locations around the body. Number 15 is actually a broken branch that we located near the body that also had a parent blood on it.
Were swabs taken of these areas?
Yes.
And how do you guys do that at a scene?
Whenever we take swabs of apparent blood, especially in this case, AB1 and AB2 are actually going to just be the physical surface that the blood was on. So it's 2 rocks. 15, like I said, is a branch that had apparent blood on it. So that was booked just as a branch. However, I believe it's AB3 through AB6. We take a cotton swab. So think of it like a Q-tip. You put molecular water on it, which is just essentially clean water. And then we swab the stain and secure it in an envelope and submit it for evidence.
Now, prior to swabbing it, do you mark it on the ground and or on wherever it is and photograph it so you know which one is AB 1, 2, 3, or 4?
That's correct.
I'm putting on the overhead states 150.
Y'all, she is a wonderful
And can you see the
CSI
analyst markers on
witness.
Yes, you can.
it? And where should the jury be looking for those?
If you look here on the rocks, this is AB1 and AB2, I believe. The rocks themselves were collected. And then one of the designators is actually right here in the bush on the branch.
Okay. This is states 151. And are you able to see those markers as AB, well, I can read it with my glasses, AB1 and AB2?
Yes, AB1, AB2 are on the ground, AB3 is on the branch.
Okay, and those correspond to where they were on the diagram?
That's correct.
And so this would be AB3, which is on that branch.
Yes.
Now I'm putting on the overhead states 158. Appears to be like a outside decorative butterfly and a bird bath. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were swabs taken from those items as well?
Yes.
And those would have been impounded the same way that you previously described?
That's correct.
And then are you, as a crime scene analyst, the person who does DNA testing or forensic testing on the item?
No, I do not.
I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Bryan, you had testified it was yourself and 2 other crime scene analysts.
That's correct.
The other 2 analysts were Thomas and King.
That's correct.
Did all 3 of you arrive at the address at the same time?
Approximately the same time, yes.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
1441.
Did you arrive in the same vehicle with crime scene analyst Thomas?
I don't believe so. I think we took separate vehicles.
Okay, same question for crime scene analyst King.
I think she also took a separate vehicle.
All right. You arrived at the residence. Who's present when you arrived?
When I arrived, crime scene analyst Janelle Bracken was there initially. She did the initial documentation of the decedent. I believe homicide had already arrived and there were patrol officers as well.
So when you arrived and you testified that you arrived at presumably the same time that crime scene analyst Thomas and crime scene analyst King arrived, crime scene analyst Bracken was already there.
That's correct.
So now we have 4 crime scene analysts.
Yeah, she responded to the scene initially on a dead body call. After they did their coroner examination, they determined that the circumstances of that death were suspicious. So as it was the end of her shift, swing shift, which is a shift that I worked, took over, and she left the scene.
Are you aware of what time crime scene analyst Bracken arrived?
I am not sure what time she arrived.
When you arrived, you testified that homicide was there. You're referring to homicide detail?
Homicide detectives, that's correct.
And who was the principal detective, if you knew, of this crime scene investigation based upon your arrival and your understanding?
I believe the detectives that were the lead agents on the case were Detective Gaddis and Hawkins.
Gaddis and Hawkins.
That's correct.
And they belong basically to the homicide group or the homicide detail, fair to say?
That's correct.
How many detectives in total were present when you arrived?
I can't recall.
Fair to say there was a lot of people coming in and out?
There were,
Law enforcement.
yes, there were a lot of law enforcement on scene.
How many patrol officers were on scene, if you're aware?
I can't recall.
Are you aware of any Metro Intelligence officers that were present?
I don't recall that.
Okay. There may have been, you just don't recall.
That's correct.
Now, your responsibilities were primarily that of taking photos and generating a report in reference to those photos, fair to say? As well as the evidence diagram that we've reviewed with you, that's State's Exhibit 149, correct?
CSA Thomas was the one that impounded the evidence and generated the diagram.
Okay. So your primary responsibility was that of photographing.
That's correct.
We were shown photographs, it was State's Exhibit 36 of the hands. Do you recall those?
That's correct, yeah.
You didn't place basically the covering on the hands, correct?
I can't recall which of us put the handbags over the
Okay.
hand.
So you may have put the handbags on the hands?
Typically, it'll be the crime scene analyst who is doing the evidence recovery will do that, but I can't recall.
Okay, and who would have that person been?
That would have been CSA Thomas.
But you don't know if it was CSA Thomas or yourself, correct, to put those bags?
I can't recall.
And fair to say, when you arrived, there were no bags on the hands, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how long those hands were exposed prior to your arrival?
Correct.
Okay, guys,
Given
I'm going to pause for a minute. This has been a really quiet but smooth trial. We've had no drama. I don't know what to do with this, but I will say this is point number 1. Right here, I'm going to star it because they are going to start arguing that it's all about the DNA on the hands under the nails, because they're going to try and say that the hands were left exposed or contaminated just by his questioning. Just by his questioning right there. My little antenna's up about, I think that's going to be one of the places they attack.
testimony concerning this knife block inside Mr. Gehrman's residence,
Yes.
and you had testified that no knives were missing from that particular block, correct? Did you, and this block was in the kitchen area,
Yes, it was.
did you open and review the drawers contained inside the kitchen?
Not that I recall.
Didn't photograph the contents?
No.
Didn't know what was in there before your arrival, a week before, or following your departure, correct?
No.
Did you take any measurements of the distance between the kitchen area to the scene where the photographs were taken of the blood and the other matters?
No, we did not.
Mm-hmm. I understand, Miss Jedi.
You were asked to give testimony.
But this is going to be
concerning
attacked.
The slash. State's Exhibit 113. And you characterize that as a slash, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry? You probably, I don't want to mess up your stack. I have 113, but actually I have it. Thank you very much. Can you see it? This was the delay. This is the slash that was referred to, correct? On that
Yes.
window. And that was on the other side of the gate where Mr. Gehrman was found, correct?
Correct.
And then a close-up of this slash is in Exhibit 115, correct?
Yes.
Now, you use the word slash, but you don't know whether or not that was slashed by a knife or was even cut, correct?
No, it's a defect.
A defect. So, I mean, the idea of slash, that's something that doesn't necessarily fit that photograph, does it?
It could potentially, but it is a defect in the screen.
It could have been a fray.
It could have been.
And are you aware of what level, what height this slash or this fray was from the ground?
I don't recall.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Browning, when crime scene analysts are working scenes, it looks like you're on duty now, right? Is that what you would wear?
Yes.
Do you wear gloves?
Yes, we do.
What's the purpose of crime scene analysts wearing gloves?
It's to prevent any contamination or cross-contamination of the scene.
Okay, and do all crime scene analysts at murder scenes wear gloves in order to avoid that contamination?
Yes, we do. We actually double glove anytime that DNA is a concern.
Okay, and so whoever bagged the hands of Mr. Gehrman would have been double gloved?
That's correct.
Okay. When you got to the scene, I think you, we talked about there being crime scene tape up.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the purpose of the tape?
The tape is to keep any non-law enforcement personnel out of the scene.
When you've been at murder scenes in your work at Metro, in a murder scene, if you're law enforcement, is everybody allowed to go in the scene where the decedent is?
No.
What are the rules on that?
Typically, it's going to be people that are actively investigating the scene.
Okay, so anyone who happens to be standing around can't go into the scene?
Correct.
And are there steps taken by patrol officers, analysts, and detectives, everybody, to preserve scenes?
Yes.
And that's in order to preserve any possible evidence that might be present?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any more thoughts?
Yes, and follow up. You were part of a second group that arrived. There was a crime scene analyst, Bracken, who had arrived prior to you, correct?
Correct.
Initially, this wasn't treated as a homicide scene, was it?
Not initially.
So these concerns regarding preserving evidence and contamination obviously would have followed. Fair to say?
Anytime that a decedent is on scene, we do our best to lock down the scene. We have patrol officers on scene. We put tape up. We take all the precautions as necessary.
But you weren't present. were
I
you?
was not present for that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No other questions, Ronnie. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
The next witness, Your Honor, is Jamie Idos.
Please watch your steps as you're stepping up into the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face forward, please.
All right. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Thank you. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Jamie Yos, Jamie, Jamie, last name Yos, IOOS as in Sam.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
How were you employed?
I am the Director of the Office of Public Information for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what does that mean you do?
I supervise a staff of 10. We are a liaison between the public, the media, and the department. We put together press releases, press conferences. We maintain the department's social media sites as well as the website.
When you say press releases, does that sometimes concern crimes that have just occurred?
Yes, it does.
And are some of those seeking the public's assistance to see if they can identify somebody?
Yes, we do ask for the public's assistance.
Were you working in that capacity in September of 2022?
Yes.
And were you involved in the press releases associated with the Jeff Gehrman homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember, can you tell the members of the jury just generally what type of information or what was released by Metro related to that investigation?
The Public Information Office is not an investigative unit, but when an investigative unit like homicide wants to put out pictures of a crime scene, of evidence, of video they have of the suspect, they'll coordinate with the Public Information Office and we'll either put together a written press release that we release to the media, or sometimes we do press conferences where we release photos and videos of evidence.
And was video evidence released in this case?
Yes, we had video evidence in this case.
Who compiles that or who decides what's released?
The homicide section, or whatever the investigative section is, decides what they want released, and then they send it to the Public Information Office, and we kind of compile it for them and put it together in a presentation that then we can give to the public.
Okay, I want to play, I think this will be State's Proposed 338.
I don't think we've ever seen anybody in any of the cases I'm a part of from that office. I'm surprised they didn't have it in the Karen Reed
Does that
trial.
look familiar, or the kind of top part of that? It says man found deceased outside home.
Yep.
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at surveillance video from the neighborhood of where the Gehrman murder occurred that homicide gave to the Public Information Office to release for a press conference on September 6th, 2022.
And there was video, this is sort of a still of the video evidence that was released?
Yes.
Okay, can we just play that? So looking at that video, it appears there's like a normal speed of an individual walking. Is
Mhm.
that correct?
Correct.
And then a slower version,
Yes.
and then a picture of a car,
Yes.
and then a still.
Yes.
Sort of. All of those would have been provided to you by homicide detectives?
Yes.
Metro pushes that information out on September 5th or 6th.
September 5th, we released a photo of the suspect in the case. September 6th, we had a press conference where we released the video, the picture of the car, and again, the still photo of the suspect.
Now, once those are put out by Metro, if someone is calling in and says, I have information, does that go to you?
No, that does not go to our office. If we need a 24/7 response, there's a certain phone number that goes to what we call our Fusion Watch, where we put out their phone number that can get answered at any time if people have tips. We also provide the Crime Stoppers phone number. So if people want to call and report tips anonymously, they can do that. We also, for that press conference, provided the email for the homicide section in case anyone wanted to email homicide as well.
Okay. And the tips that come in, those are followed up by homicide at
Yes.
your office.
Right.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. So just so we're clear, you're involved in putting this information, these photographs, these recordings out, but you don't monitor the responses that are received. Were you involved in the series concerning Bob the burglar, where there was a similarly dressed individual in this area?
Yes.
And when was this Bob the burglar series presented?
Approximately 1 to 2 months before the homicide.
Okay, and you reviewed those videos in preparation for your testimony today?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing else, Robert. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Please step down and you're excused from your subpoena. And the state may call their next witness.
Stephanie Smithson.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear in the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Smithson, Smisen.
You may proceed. How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what is your job title?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst.
We just had a crime scene analyst testify before you. How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
Almost 8 years.
And you're a senior crime scene analyst as well?
Yes.
And so that means you're allowed to go to more complicated scenes because of a demonstrated proficiency and experience?
Yes.
When crime scene analysts assist detectives with search warrants, can you describe what your responsibilities are at that type of scene?
Yeah, so generally we'll document the crime scene and we do that by taking notes, we take photographs, we collect evidence, sometimes we'll process for fingerprints, and then at the end we'll generate a report.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Mr. Gaskins? I'm going to show you some photographs. The first one is state's proposed 217. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And is that the location where you served a search warrant on September 7th with detectives?
Yes.
And then I'd like you to look through this series of photographs, which is state's proposed 254 through 310. And tell me when you're done with those, please. With respect to 254 to 310, are those a fair and accurate depiction of the location of the search warrant as well as items recovered from the search warrant?
Yes.
State moves to admit those exhibits or those photographs.
Okay.
And then with respect to 217, is that an outside view of the location for the search warrant?
Yes.
State moves to admit 217.
Now, as the crime scene analyst on a search warrant, are you searching as well as the detectives?
We generally leave the searching up to the detectives.
Okay, so they search the particular locations, and then where do you guys come in as crime scene analysts?
Once they find an item of interest, they will ask us to go to that location and photograph it, document it, or collect it.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 217. Do you recognize that location?
Yes.
Is that 9624 Spanish Steps Lane?
Yes.
Did you know whose residence this was?
Yes.
Whose residence is it?
Robert Teller.
Okay. And that's a search warrant was served there on September the 7th with detectives and yourself?
Yes.
You said the detectives typically are doing the searching and you document where various items are found photographically?
Yes.
And then what happens to those items after you document them photographically?
We can collect it and bring it back to the lab for impound or further processing.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 254. What area of the residence are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the kitchen.
And there appears to be an open drawer on the right side of the dishwasher.
Yes.
What of interest was in that drawer?
There were several items inside of that drawer.
Such as?
Scissors, I believe a knife was in there as well, or a box cutter.
I'm putting on the overhead states 255, sort of a closer view of that drawer. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there, it looks like there's a pair of black scissors, maybe a box cutter, and then some gray scissors?
Yes.
This is states 256. Is that a closer up view of those items?
Yes.
Were those items collected and impounded by you?
Yes.
With respect to those items, did you do anything in terms of further processing them for the presence of blood or DNA type evidence?
Yes, they were all swabbed for possible DNA. The scissors, the gray ones, were swabbed for apparent blood.
For apparent blood. I'm putting on the overhead states 259. Those are the gray scissors.
Yes.
And what is the notation that we see with the AB5, the bright pink?
The pink sticker is just a scaled sticker to show an area of interest, the area that I believe to be apparent blood.
Okay, and those are these are things that you processed yourself?
Correct.
You swapped. Do you recall a pair of shoes or like half a shoe and a whole shoe being collected at that scene?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 263. Do you recognize that shoe?
Yes.
And was that one of the shoes that were collected at that search warrant?
Yes.
And this is states 268. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a partial shoe that was also located.
Okay.
And recovered.
And were you the person that swabbed the shoe and the partial shoe for possible DNA evidence?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 274. Is that upside down?
Yes.
All right. What are we looking at there?
These are some multiple pieces of like white, gray rubber pieces.
And did they appear to be like pieces of a shoe?
They appear to be that way, yes.
Okay. Did you swab those items as well?
There was one that I swabbed.
And why did you swab a particular item?
There was a small area of a reddish brown stain on one of the pieces.
Okay. I'm going to put on the overhead states 275. Zoom in. Do you see the area that you swabbed?
Yes.
And usually, I think there's a mouse up in front of you. Are you able to point that out for the jury?
Oh, where'd it go?
Why would you cut up a shoe? Well, a sneaky side. Are you a live tonight?
Okay. I'm now putting on the overhead states 277.
I'm going to go over that full document for the Rust trial
What are we looking at in that photograph?
if I do it.
This is a Ziploc bag that had more of those rubber pieces that were gray, black, and white in color.
Okay. And did you make some of these? Did you
Dang,
sew
he
them
was
together to
shredding it.
Document what the cut pieces might have been before they were all cut up tiny?
Yes.
This is states 280. And what are we looking at there?
This appears to be the tongue of the shoe that will depict the brand, the size.
So it's like a Nike shoe.
Yes.
Yep. It's the Alec Baldwin
I'm now putting on the
where the
overhead
judge
states
spanks
282.
Morrissey.
What is that photograph?
This is a picture of a Sprouts grocery bag containing multiple pieces of.
Depends on what time we get out of here. Probably 7.
This is states 284. Is that the hat?
Yes.
And this is states 285. It looks like you laid the pieces of the hat out.
Yes.
Did you do any swabs on that Sprouts bag itself?
The bag, yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of swabbing it?
For possible DNA.
And how about on the pieces of the hat? Did you swab them?
No.
Let me. One second. Were all of the different pieces of the hat impounded?
Yes.
Thank you. And lastly, I'm putting on the overhead states 306. What is that item?
This is a duffel bag.
And was that collected in the search warrant as well?
Yes.
And so you would have photographed that and impounded that as well?
What, Sneaky?
If I could have the court's indulgence for just 1 second. Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Smithson, when you arrived at the residence, what time was it?
At the residence was about 9:30 a.m.
Who else was present when you arrived?
There were homicide detectives, patrol officers were there, personnel from the crime scene analyst section as well.
Okay, how many other crime scene analysts were present?
There was a crime scene analyst supervisor that was present, our director was present, and myself.
So 3 crime scene analysts.
Correct, when I arrived.
Did others arrive prior to your getting there?
Crime scene analyst?
Yes.
No.
So you were the first.
Correct.
And the others arrived after you did.
Correct.
Which detectives? What were the identities of the detectives that were present when you arrived?
There were a handful of detectives that were present. Are you looking for names?
Yes, that's my next.
Okay.
question. Yes.
There was Cliff Mogg, Justine Gaddis. I'm blanking on some of the names, but I want to say Edgar Nahum was there. Brittany.
I'd say you are weird a bit.
Numerous detectives that were there.
Do you recall the number of males, females?
As far as detectives?
Yes.
I do not know exactly the number, no.
Her head was down doing her job.
Reference to your involvement in this case?
Yes.
And you didn't include the names of the detectives in the report?
I did include, I just don't know off the top of my head how many.
Was it only homicide that was there?
No.
You agree with me that Metro is divided into various details, groups that investigate certain types of crimes, fair to say?
Yes.
Generally, there's a principal detective or basically the ones in charge, and then that person delegates various responsibilities to various people.
Yes.
If you recall, who was the primary detective in this case?
It was Detective Justine Gaddis.
Okay. And what other homicide detectives did you interact with in reference to your investigation and collection of evidence in this case?
Her, Cliff Mogg. Again, I'm blanking on names, but may I refer to my report for
Okay,
names?
please.
Hmm. Doop, 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 doop. I have yet to hear one objection, and now I said it will have one. But this has to be since I started doing
Did
this
not happen to write their names down in my report.
the cleanest.
I
So
apologize.
again, we don't know, do we? Because you didn't write it down.
I apologize, yes.
Fair enough. We know homicide was there. There were other detectives from other details, correct?
Yes,
There was Metro Intelligence there, correct?
I'm not completely sure.
You're not sure. So we don't really know who was on this scene where you were collecting evidence and having evidence handed to you, correct?
As far as evidence, only I interacted with homicide that was handling off. So intelligence was not handling off evidence to me.
That you're aware of, but we
That
don't
I-
know for sure, do we? Fair to say?
Yes.
Now, in reference to you reviewing these drawers, was your attention drawn to what to photograph or what to document within the kitchen area of this residence?
Yes.
And who was it that directed your attention to those drawers?
I don't remember specifically which detective, to be honest.
Okay.
They were all searching at the same time throughout the residence and usually were pulled in different directions.
Fair enough. So there's a fair amount of chaos going on, correct?
Yes.
Miss
A
Kevin.
pair of scissors, and I believe it states Exhibit 217. There appeared to be what may have been blood on those scissors, correct?
Correct.
And you documented that, you preserved that.
Correct. Yes.
And then that went on to another department to analyze, fair to say?
Yes.
In reference to these shoes, you didn't actually find the shoes, but you were directed by another detective to document or photograph the pieces of the shoes, correct?
Yes.
You don't know who that was, correct?
I believe that was Detective Nahum that directed me for the
Okay.
shoes.
Do you agree with me? You're not sure as you sit here today, are you?
I do remember specifically the shoes, yes.
Okay. But there was more than one, correct? There was bags. I mean, there was multiple particles to these shoes, correct?
Yes.
And they were located where in the residence?
There was a couch in one of the living rooms, the northeast living room, and it was underneath the recliner portion of the couch.
But you were directed once these pieces of these shoes were found to that area, correct? You didn't actually find them, did you?
That is correct.
Where were you at when you were summoned to go and find these pieces of these shoes or to photograph these pictures of these shoes?
I'm in the side of the residence as well with the detectives, catching up on notes.
What room were you in when you were summoned?
I'm not sure exactly which room I was in.
What time were you summoned?
I'm not sure about that as well.
Same questions concerning this hat that was cut up. You were summoned by a detective to come and photograph the hat, correct?
Yes.
That hat was cut up in pieces, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall where you were at when you were summoned, do you?
I was somewhere within the residence.
Okay, and how large was this residence?
It was a standard 2-story residence.
How many bedrooms?
There's one downstairs. I believe there was the master bedroom upstairs and 2 children bedrooms upstairs as well.
Did you diagram the residence?
I did not diagram the residence, no.
How many square feet was the residence?
I am not sure.
You arrived.
She
at the
didn't
residence
diagram
a
it.
little after 9 o'clock is your testimony?
Yes.
What time did you leave the residence?
May I refer to my report?
Please.
I left at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay. So
Oh,
what time?
I apologize. I left at 1:18 in the afternoon.
Okay, so you were there for approximately 4 hours.
Yes.
Fair to say you were in multiple rooms, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go into the backyard?
Yes.
Side yards?
Yes.
Front yards?
Yes.
There were times while you were at the residence, you would have walked out on the street, correct?
Yes.
So you're in and out during this 4-hour period, correct?
Yes.
You're not paying attention to who's there, who's not, fair to say?
Might not have noticed everybody that walked through. There's so many people there.
Exactly, there were so many people, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Of course, there's a lot of people on a scene like that.
CAD report is? Yes.
What is that? It is the details of an event that is generated once somebody calls into our dispatch. As the dispatcher is receiving the information, they type that into the CAD event, and those are just all the details from that event.
Do you have to tell the dispatcher when you're going to a search warrant?
Like when we get assigned?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you would have had to radio in or log in and say that you're going to this particular location?
Yes.
And so you would be in a CAD report as someone at that location?
Yes.
You mentioned that, you discussed on cross-examination with Mr. Draskovich that there was no diagram done in this case, at this location. Is that correct? This was a search warrant, right?
Yes.
It's not a crime scene?
Yes.
You're looking for evidence,
Yes.
or the detectives are. Diagrams are at crime scenes to note where particular items of evidence are. Is that fair?
Yes, they're generally at the original crime scene.
Okay, not at search warrants,
Correct.
because items could be hidden and obviously placed there by defendants. Items in a house are
Objection!
placed or under the control of whoever's in that house. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So their location may not be accurate.
Sorry, could you
Their location, I guess that's a bad question. Their location could be manipulated.
potentially, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, in reference to the manipulation of these items, they could be manipulated by who's ever in the residence while you are, correct? Law enforcement.
Generally, once I arrive to the crime scene, I will photograph the scene before anybody moves anything or touches anything. So the photos that I have are in its original state as we arrived.
As you arrived, but then you would testify that you were summoned to come and photograph these various items of interest, correct?
As they're located, yes.
Yes, but you weren't doing the locating, correct?
Correct.
Same question concerning this bag, specifically State's Exhibit 306. This bag you did not find, did you?
No.
You were summoned
Yes.
with all the people coming in and out, correct?
With the detectives, the homicide detectives in specifically.
Or other detectives, whoever else was in there with law enforcement, fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
No. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. This time, you may step down. At this time, we are going to recess for a break. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to the news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and will be in recess till 3:30.
Thank you. All right, next to Gary, please. Jurors?
Wait. What time is it there? She said 3:30. It's 5:15 here. Are they 2 hours? I'm confused. I'm really confused. Y'all, what time is it there? Yeah, almighty. I have no clue. I'm clueless in Seattle. I found me a little group. So they're 2 hours behind me. So they started at 10:30 this morning. So that means 7:30. They'll be going till 7 tonight. And then I don't think I'm going to have a live tonight. Tomorrow night, Braxton. We'll do it tomorrow night. West Coast, baby. Okay, so if this is 3, then they're going to go till my time 7 if they go to their time 5. So if they go to 7 o'clock my time, would everybody be cool with me doing the thing either tomorrow? I can do it in the morning, but Brax won't be able to join. So Braxton, tomorrow night, we will do a live. And we will dive into the rust. That's Thursday. We're going to be competing with some people. Oh, well. Wow. I know what's going to happen with this spider, y'all. It's been hanging out back here. See it? It's hanging out back there, right? You know what's going to happen? That's where it's going to build its little bed nest. And then I won't be able to open it. And if that happens, I'm going to have to destroy it and find a way to re-glue all that. Or try to put glue in there. Oh, Lord have mercy. I didn't plan that very well, did I? I don't know. We'll find out. Members only is Saturday, the first Saturday of the month. I'll just be prepared to go long tomorrow. I want to take this home and look at. Oh, Braxton, you're so kind. I love you, man. Is there anybody on here who's not a member other than me? Well, there may be. We've got 12 people watching. And thank you for watching. So, what are we going to do? What you going to do when they come for you? They're moving along. Yay! Welcome, new members. Who got it? Who got the new membership? I don't see it. Oh, Genuine Heidi. Thank you. You are awesome. I have to look at my thing over here. He is very sweet. He's awesome. He's awesome. But let me do this. Let me get into Discord real quick. I do need to do something. Okay, Miss Kevin, go look in your mod manager. Go look in your mod manager, my dear. Go for it, Braxton. Isn't he the sweetest? He really is, y'all. Okay, right now, I don't see anything that, they're bringing in the DNA. They're bringing in what is up with cutting up the tennis shoe? If you're going to dispose of that kind of stuff, you put all of the items in individual bags, and then you go clear across town. And I'm hitting my GoPro. You go clear across town, right? And you throw it in different dumpsters. Not the same. And y'all, never throw anything in a river that is a lead shooter type or piece of technology. Why? because what happens is a lot of times things are found in rivers. People now do that metal fishing and they do river diving. Unless that thing is 150 miles deep, don't throw it in it. Those are addicting. And in a city nearby or a little town. See, they've done this here. They've stopped the river every so many years, and then they dredge the river. So when boaters come through, they're not hitting some of the new growth. All kind of things are found. People don't think about that kind of stuff. Yeah, you got to be careful with that stuff. Mhm. I am going to start diving into the Scott and Lacey Pearson case, and I'm going to be doing that. So I'm going to be getting back into that. Ada knows how to get away with a crime. Well, look what I just did. No, I don't know how to get away with a crime, but I do know how people get caught. So wouldn't you think the opposite? No, I'd be caught. My conscience, I couldn't do it. I'd be in so much trouble. But I knew somebody who had a iPad that they stole. This was way years ago when they first came out. Okay, nowhere near now. And their child stole it. And let me reiterate that their child stole it. And he threw it in the river. And a long time never was found. And when I say river, I don't mean a huge, massive river. And someone was doing that, those big magnet fishing. Mm-hmm. Yep. And it was in a case, but when you opened it up, the fingerprints were still perfect on the inside. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. The fingerprints were still perfect on the inside. And he was busted years later. His mom was so pissed. If it's not wrong, we could all figure out what to do. Yeah. Yeah, ain't that the truth? I mean, it's just common sense. If you're going to commit a crime, don't take the evidence, never take evidence home. Never take it home. Don't ever burn it in your burn pile. Don't bury it in a wooded area near a subdivision because eventually that will be taken over. If you're going to bury it in the middle of a forest about 100 miles in the middle of nowhere. Did y'all hear that? I think that was 70 something bones of victims were found in the desert. Mm-hmm. Hi, Braxton. We're talking about how to hide evidence. 70 something bones were found. I think it was in Nevada. I don't know. I'm like, y'all have no idea how much is buried out in the middle out past Nevada. I mean, yep. Ew, what? Yeah. Yeah. A hiker I think it was a hiker. I came across it last night. Let me see. Yep. Decomposed human remains have been found in a desert near Las Vegas on Friday. In advanced decomposition near Las Vegas, according to LV Metropolitan PD. Um, all those bones could be one person, which is, I think, what they're thinking it is. But the thing is a lot of times if you find one individual decedent bones, you'll find more. Oh, of course, Miss Kevin. Of course. Of course, that's what's going to be. I know, right, Braxton? We're talking about this good stuff without you. What's that acid that you could put something in? Oh, did you hear? Okay, my brain is bad because I've never been there. What state park have those big sulfur pits? Um, Everybody goes to it. Anyway, it was a state park that had the big old sulfur pits. Um, yeah, I know, right? A person went, I don't know if they dropped something in it and they went to get it out and they fell in and there was nothing left in a very short while. I know, we'll do it in a members only. It was horrible. They were on a vacay. You shouldn't have been that close to it anyway. That's horrible. Yeah. Yeah. I I'll talk about this on the members only, but I found a decedent in a car while I was geocaching. I won't give specifics and location. Of course, I called PD and sheriff, and everybody came out. It was poor dude, poor thing, poor family. Oh my God, they're saying that there's going to be a food shortage looming. 8 items to stock up on now. Really? Uh huh. This is the preppers talking. Maybe. Isn't that sulfuric acid? um, okay, here it is. I know it was Yellowstone. Duh. Okay. Man dissolves in acidic water after he falls into a Yellowstone hot spring. And there's a video. A trip to one of the nation's natural wonders into unnatural tragedy. 23-year-old Oregon man essentially dissolved inside a hot spring at Yellowstone. The bizarre incident happened in June when Colin Nathaniel Scott went to the park with his sister to find the place called Hotspot. Oh, quit doing that. According to recently released reports, they were specifically moving in the area for a place they could potentially get in and soak. Oh, this is different. Oh, I thought he, no, I think they called it a hot pot. It's called hot potting. Oh, he reached down to check the temperature of, yeah, okay, he did fall in. He reached down to check the temperature of the spring when he slipped and fell in. Rescuers later found his body inside the pool, but couldn't retrieve it because a lightning storm in the area. When they came back the next day, no remains have been found beneath the spring churning acid waters. In a very short order, there was a significant amount of dissolving. Oh, dang. I don't think I want to go near that place. Oh, that's interesting. I wish someone would do that here. You know that our groceries, and there's no reason for it, have gone up. It takes, I think, what, four or $5,000 a person a year here in the U.S. Something that cost us what, $2 is now costing us almost $5 to $6. A little box of those graham crackers I was eating is almost $6 when they used to be like two something. I'm just like, everything, it's gouging, and they know it. I feel bad for the family. That's horrible. That's horrid. Oh, poor babies. Can you believe they had break dancing at the Olympic Games? And they're saying it will not return to the 2028 LA Games. I didn't know break dancing was a summer game. Yeah, I don't understand it either. I rather buy from the farmers if I can and support them. Wow. Mm. JC Penney's is closing a lot of locations as well as Walgreens, if y'all have not heard. Oh, y'all. I'm trying to find. What time is it? I'm keeping an eye on the time. Mm. We have, oh, the Paris Paralympics are starting. I love to watch the Paralympics, y'all. If y'all liked Olympics, please watch the Paralympics a little bit if you can, because that really supports those folks. I mean, it's awesome. They deserve just as much watch time as anybody else. Okay, after that Australian dancer's performance, I didn't see it. Why are they dropping it because of that one person? Why? Can I show that or am I going to get a copyright break on it if I show it? If I show that, am I going to get a copyright strike? Don't know. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, the woman is breaking. Oh, of course. They did a parody on the Tonight Show. Oh my gosh. Every There are a lot of parodies on this. I'm watching it. There's some court sound. Oh my god, she's horrible. And she is a break dancer? How in the heck did she get into the Olympics? Okay, this is a members only night. Remind me, Miss Kevin. We'll do it on a members only light night and we'll put it on. We can possibly do it on Discord. I just saw about a nanosecond and I don't want to do it here, but yeah. And please tell me she didn't win anything. Why are we not seeing the court? We're hearing it.
Did you and your company perform a sewer maintenance project over on a street called Wintergreen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work on?
Okay, who is this? You didn't show it. I'm going to skip back.
Sewer bypass.
There. Okay. Sensei, place. I wish this was in stereo. It's in mono, so it's only in my one ear.
Jonathan, Jonathan, Martinez, Martinez.
Thanks so much. Sir, are you familiar with a company called Multiple Plumbing Services?
Multiple pump services, yes.
Okay, what is Multiple Plumbing Services?
I work for them and we do sewer bypasses.
Okay. So what does that mean? Sewer bypass.
When there needs to be work done on the sewer line, we'll create an above ground bypass, plug up the sewer line, suck it up, move it above ground, dump it off somewhere else to dry out that system so they can.
So is he a plumber?
That dried out system.
Does your company perform that sort of work in residential areas?
Yes.
What does he do?
Is that like a one?
Sorry, guys. Gotta have it for the marker.
Thanks so much. Sir, are you familiar with a company called Multiple Plumbing Services?
Multiple pump services, yes.
Okay, what is Multiple Plumbing Services?
I work for them and we do sewer bypasses.
Okay. So what does that mean? Sewer bypass.
When there needs to be work done on the sewer line, we'll create an above ground bypass, plug up the sewer line, suck it up, move it above ground, dump it off somewhere else to dry out that system.
I'm glad she got last.
Work on that dried out system.
Does your company perform that sort of work in residential areas?
Yes.
Is that like a 1 hour job?
Y'all, she had the courage and the gut to get up there. Okay, we got to be nice. And they sent the best they had. Y'all.
No, it can go on for months, 24 hours.
Months.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to September 2nd, 2022. Did you and your company perform a sewer maintenance project over on a street called Wintergreen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work on that day?
Yes.
If we focus on September 2nd, 2022, and we work our way back, about how long was your company working on Wintergreen?
Probably mid-August.
So you were there in the month of August?
Yes.
So I have a question for you. When you would work on a project like that, was there anything that you and your fellow workers would actually wear on the construction site?
We're required to wear high-vis clothing, usually orange or yellow, with reflective vests, or some kind of reflective tape on our chest.
Mr. Martinez, what is the purpose of wearing bright orange stuff when you're working on a sewer project out in a residential neighborhood?
We usually work in the middle of the road, so we need to be visible to traffic.
So you're in the middle of the street.
Yes.
So if a car drove by, in theory, as you were working, they could see you and your fellow workers all wearing.
So this was meditated.
And you were there during the month of August.
This was premeditated.
Fellow workers working on wintergreen in orange jackets.
Every day for 24 hours.
Every day for 24 hours. So if you walked through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
If you drove through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022, probably around 10:30 in the morning, early morning hours, maybe around leading up to about noon. Are you working at Wintergreen?
Yes.
Is there a vehicle at some point around that time, around 10:30ish, catch your attention?
Yes.
Why does it catch your attention?
I was doing a route from Rock Springs to Wintergreen every 30 minutes, and I would pull up in the middle. It was more convenient for me to park in the middle, so I wouldn't have to park and then walk down. A vehicle parked in kind of like right before a barricaded sign. If that vehicle was there, it would impede traffic to turn right on, I'm not sure the street name. So when I pulled up, that vehicle was parked on that side right there.
So you were not on foot, you were in your car?
I was in the company truck.
It's like a work truck?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this car parked over there, what kind of vehicle, what color vehicle was it?
I remember it was red.
Red. Do you see the driver?
Yes.
Is the driver wearing anything?
Orange.
Orange. First impressions, did you think he was part of your work project?
I wasn't really sure.
But he had something similar to what you and all your fellow workers who have been there for the last month have been wearing?
Similar, yes.
So do you kind of pull up in his general direction?
I pulled up in the middle of the road, and he was parked on facing the opposite direction than me on my left.
Do you remember it being filled with lots of people, or was there only one person in the car?
One person.
Okay. As you start to approach this vehicle, does that red car with the person in the orange jacket, does that person stick around?
No, he gave me a wave and then proceeded to drive away.
So that person didn't get out and join your work site?
No.
He didn't ask where I should park to help out and work?
No.
So he just moved on?
Correct.
Did you ever see that red car again, as far as you remember?
Not that I remember.
Okay. You've had, at some point a couple days later, someone from the police department approaches you. Isn't that right, Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Have you had a chance prior to see some footage, maybe from some like a home surveillance camera?
Prior to that, no.
Okay. But I meant like around that time, you have seen footage previously that depicts kind of what you've described to us. Is that correct?
Yes, I have seen it.
All right. At this time, I believe we have a stipulation that states proposed 338 has been admitted into evidence. We will be playing a video just entitled John Martinez Video. If we could cue over, please. We'll start it up again. Let's stop it right here. Do you see a vehicle that you just described to us previously?
Yes.
Okay, where is it located on this footage?
It's the SUV on the right top corner.
All right, resuming playing.
That's interesting. That's him in the work truck, I believe.
That white truck, who's driving that white truck?
I am.
And that's kind of the interchange that you saw, correct?
That's correct.
And the driver at no point rolled down his window to ask you where he should park to join you and your fellow workers on that sewage repair project?
No.
He just drove away.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Yes. You were shown this video previously, correct?
Yes, the following Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday after by a detective.
Okay, and this was 2 years ago.
Yes.
And you agree with me that you gave honest answers to the detective when you were interviewed?
Yes.
Tell me you didn't really remember the interaction, did you?
Not really.
And fair to say that, I mean, it's been 2 years, you've had a lot going on, probably remembered it better then than you would today.
Yeah, I was pretty tired when he interviewed me, but yes.
Okay, he tape recorded your interview, correct?
I believe so.
You were asked if someone tried to get your attention and you said you didn't really remember, honestly. Fair answer.
Yeah, fair answer.
I have 179.
Sneaky.
I'm sorry?
I said, fair to say that it wasn't really a memorable interaction that you had with this person in this vehicle.
I guess.
I mean, tell by your face, it didn't stick. I mean, you didn't remember when you were interviewed a couple of days later, really, what happened or the importance of anything. Fair to say?
No, I didn't feel like it was important. No.
You didn't feel like it was important. You never saw this person's face, correct?
I did, just for a very short time.
I see. Were you ever shown any lineups in reference to that person?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, to identify this person.
No, I was never asked to.
Okay. You never spoke to this person?
No.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah, briefly. Just to be clear, the police officer who interviewed you didn't ask you the question of, hey, did this guy ever get out and ask where he should park? That officer never asked you that question.
No.
Would you have answered it back then if you were asked that question?
Yes, I would have remembered that.
The first person who asked that question was me, correct?
Correct.
And that was today,
Yeah.
right? Additionally, the question about him getting out and asking for directions, like, that was never asked by this officer. If this driver in the orange jacket in the red car ever sought any information as to where to park. The police officer never asked you a question like that back then, correct?
Correct.
So you never had an opportunity to answer it until today. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And just to be clear, I mean, we have the video, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can see the driver doesn't get out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay, he just drives off once you start to approach him.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You can step down. You're excused from your subpoena. And state and call the next witness.
We're going to call Detective Cliff Mogg to stand.
Y'all, this is number 8. This is too smooth. Only one objection of lady of a redirect.
Clifford, Clifford. Last name is Mogg, M as in Mary, O-G-G.
Sir, normally I'd ask you what you currently do for a living, but I first want to ask you, maybe as late as or as early as late as last year, what were you doing here in Las Vegas?
So up until August 10th of last year, when I retired, I had been a police officer for almost 40 years, 27 of that with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and 20 years as a homicide detective.
Okay. Currently, what do you have a new profession or at least a follow-up of your police work?
I'm a contract investigator for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and I have my own company, and that's what I do currently.
Were you hired by our office to prepare kind of a PowerPoint analyzing video surveillance?
I was.
And just to be clear, this was this video surveillance that you had collected when you were working as a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Correct. On September 3rd, myself and other members of my squad responded to Mr. Gurman's residence in connection with a body that had been found in a suspicious homicidal death. I was one of the later detectives to respond, and my job at that point was to assist the other lead detectives in the case and locate surveillance video in the area of the crime.
All right. So let's talk about that first. So this PowerPoint, you prepared this PowerPoint, is that correct?
I did.
Tell this jury a little bit about the process that you and your fellow detectives, as well as patrol officers, conducted to collect all of the footage that we are about to see.
So the collection of this video actually occurred over a couple of days. On the day of our initial response to the scene, we canvassed the area looking for surveillance cameras that are located on the outside of houses, businesses that might be surrounding the area, any other type of surveillance cameras, whether they be stationary or mobile cameras that could be in the area. And then we make contact with the people who are at that residence or that business and attempt to collect video from them. In this case, there was a house directly across the street which had cameras that faced Mr. Gurman's residence. Down the street, there were a couple other houses. Some of them did not have any surveillance that was available, either because the camera didn't record it or it wasn't within the range of the camera. I recovered some surveillance.
Why are you saying that?
Green and bronze circle, which actually showed the arrival of the suspect vehicle and the suspect walking along the winter.
Braxton.
I want to jump ahead just for 1 second before we start moving on to your PowerPoint. You mentioned you found footage on wintergreen of the suspect vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your line of work, whether it's in a residential area like in the outdoors or maybe at a casino, is there a process that if you find a suspect or a person of interest, is there a method in which you try to track the movements of someone?
Sneaky side. I have done that. I am turned down. Look, I'm normal.
At that point, we start.
Okay, guys, this is my norm. Echo's killing me. This is my normal right here. And I have turned it down all the way down to here. I have gained up the audio for court as high as I can. Let me try something else. Hold on.
Reviewing the camera
Wrong one.
From the time that we get it.
I can't gain it up anymore. I am as high as I can go.
We find the suspect or the suspect's vehicle in any of the.
I am so sorry. I have everything turned up. Okay, guys, let me try something. Give me a second. Let me try again.
Streets,
Better?
businesses that are in the area to see if we
I just
determine when
redid the page. Now, am I too low?
Area and when it left and what route it took to either arrive at the scene or depart from the scene.
And so ultimately, you are trying to find ideally the ultimate origin. Let's say in this case, the suspect car. You're trying to find the ultimate origin of that suspect car, and you're trying to find the final destination of the car. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Can you tell, once you found this vehicle, were you able to track it beyond just, wintergreen and bronze circle? Were you able to start collecting surveillance?
Is it still loud right now?
Just those couple of streets?
Yes.
Okay. How far out are you going, sir?
Miles.
Okay, it's on 2. Can you guys still hear me?
Driving the route is approximately
Bye.
5.4 miles.
Can you hear me, Sneaky?
Out that we went to.
Am I clear?
Video.
So you just kind of start hitting businesses or restaurant or residences kind of all along this
Testing.
route that you believe this car is taken?
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case.
Yes.
How did you do that? Is it just a one-person job? How many officers took part in this?
So there were 6 people on my squad. We had other detectives that assisted us. There were detectives from
Now, am I too low or just right
the digital
with the
forensics
audio?
unit that helped us.
I can't hear
We
myself.
had,
I don't know why this is so crazy.
other units within the Metropolitan Police Department that assisted us in canvassing the area for surveillance video. All told, I believe.
So I'm good.
I probably had
Okay.
20,
I'm on a 2,
25
Braxton.
detectives looking for surveillance video.
Have you ever heard of the term of kind of gridding something out?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So it's just giving areas of responsibility to different detectives to look for surveillance video within that area.
Okay, let's start getting to it. What do we see here? What is on this first slide?
So this first slide, there was a multitude of surveillance video cameras that were located. We were able to collect surveillance video from several of the digital video recorders.
Is this better,
Some
Miss
of it
Kevin?
was of evidentiary value, some of it was not. This right here is a listing.
Court
this
is
first
horrible.
6 of locations that had video that was of an evidentiary value that I used in constructing this PowerPoint.
And let me just stop you right there. And just to be clear, the suspect vehicle is not the only thing that you were tracking, correct? In terms of this PowerPoint and the compilation of the video, is that right?
That's correct. We also tracked the victim.
Okay, so because for example, I see number 3. What's significant about number 3?
So number 3 is Roberto's Taco Shop. It's located just north of Charleston on Rainbow. And the victim actually went there at about 9 o'clock in the morning on September 2nd, 2022.
And I see these, you kind of have these parentheses for each one. I'm talking about DVR time. Why did you put that there, Detective?
So this gives us the approximate offset time from the actual time versus what was on the DVR. A lot of times DVR times are off. Sometimes they're way off. It just depends how the system is connected. If it's connected to the internet, then the time is normally accurate. If it's not, and it relies on somebody at the business to set the time, then the time can be off by any amount. And I always, if I'm within a minute, I normally just call it like 12:30. It could be 12:31, it could be 12:29, but I just give that 60 seconds in there for error.
Okay. Are these just another, I guess, 7 sources of camera footage that we're ultimately going to see?
This is just a continuation of where we recovered surveillance video that had an evidentiary value.
Is this additional footage?
Correct.
And additional footage?
Yes.
So I see the last number here is 22. So there's 20 different cameras that were used to put this presentation together.
22.
Was this kind of what you were just kind of talking to us about?
Yes.
Sorry, if I jumped ahead, I apologize, Detective. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So after we identified the suspect in the case as Mr. Tejas, then what I did was just use what I felt was probably one of the most direct routes that would give me an idea of the distance between Mr. Tejas' residence and Mr. Gurman's residence. In this case, it's approximately 5.3 miles.
And this is kind of the path that you ultimately can follow with the suspect vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Ooh,
So this
interesting.
is a photograph of Mr. Gurman's Honda Civic.
Sporty.
Okay. And what is this?
And this is a photograph of Mr. Tejas' maroon GMC Yukon Denali.
We'll talk about this Denali in a little bit once we're kind of through the footage, because I'll have to switch over to the other projector. But let's look at this. How are we going to start?
So this is the first movement of the victim. At about 8:47 in the morning, he leaves his residence. The direction of travel he went was north on Wintergreen, and then we don't have any surveillance video of him after he goes north on Wintergreen. And so this, where the red circle is just his vehicle leaving Bronze Circle from the direction of his residence. And then again, I did the same thing, just an approximate route that I believe Mr. Gurman would have taken to get to Roberto's Taco Shop, and that's approximately 2.4 miles.
What are we looking at here?
So this is Roberto's Taco Shop at 907 South Rainbow at about 9:04 in the morning. And again, this is a corrected time. So when I say corrected, it's just corrected for the differentiation from the actual time and the DVR time. And this, the victim arrives in his vehicle and parks in the parking lot on the south side of the business. And then this camera right here is the approximate location of the camera that captured that. This is Mr. Gurman arriving. So the clothing that Mr. Gurman is wearing was important to me later on in my examination of the surveillance video, because this is the same clothing he wears when he comes out of his house.
What are we looking at this slide?
This is just a photograph of Mr. Gurman at the cash register inside the Roberto Taco Shop. And that's, again, about 9:04 in the morning.
It sucks to think that he just goes and gets a cup of coffee and thinks he's just going to go home and have a regular day.
All right, so we've now moved on to a new slide. What is significant about 9601 Red Hills Drive?
So this is the, I hope I pronounce this right, Pidgeot Elementary School. It is directly south of the road leading to Mr. Gurman's or Mr. Tejas' residence.
So if you can show us, where's Mr. Tellis' residence?
Right up here where the red pin is.
Okay, is that, let me just, I'm gonna walk up here. Is this a driveway? Is that what we're looking at? Is that a driveway out onto Spanish Steps?
Yes.
Okay, so if you just pulled out of that driveway and came down Silk Castle, that would be the straight route if Mr. Tellis was leaving his house to make his way out, I guess, out in that direction. Would that be fair?
Correct. It's just a short eastbound jaunt and then south onto the street.
So just to be clear, this is at 9:10 in the morning. What are we gonna see footage of here?
So this, you'll see Mr. Tejas arriving at his residence, and you'll see the red Yukon Denali traveling westbound and then northbound.
So back in the direction of his house.
Correct.
And just to be clear, you said that the process is you start with the car and then you start working in a direction, collect video, right? Until you find the final destination, right?
Correct.
So this is the final origin spot, correct?
Yes.
But you had to look at video prior to this, seeing the path of travel from the Bronze Circle residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, or Wintergreen, right? Thank you. All right, so we've got, just to go back, so we're at about 9:10 in the morning for Tejas' Denali at this point, correct?
Correct. He's arriving home.
All right, so now, why are we looking at this slide next?
This is another slide of the victim. So at 9:11 in the morning, the victim leaves the restaurant, gets into his car. He travels west in the parking lot, then goes north in front of the Home Depot there at Rainbow and Charleston. And then he turns back out onto Rainbow Boulevard.
Okay, so this is a minute apart, right? So Garman's at the taco shop, Tejas is on his way home, or in that direction at least.
Yes. There's Mr. Gurman leaving the restaurant. And in addition to this, I also looked at the other cameras from these businesses to see if there was another red Yukon Denali that had followed Mr. Gurman there or followed him away, and I did not see one.
Okay, so during the time that you have eyes on Mr. Garman's car, at least at this point in time, you're not seeing a red Yukon.
I'm not.
All right. Now, what is significant about this slide?
This is at 9:12 in the morning, again from Pidgeot Elementary School. And this is a camera, same angle as the last time, showing Mr. Tejas arriving. This is showing Mr. Tejas leaving the area of his residence, traveling south, and then traveling east on the street in front of the school.
And that would be Red Hills Road.
Correct.
All right. What are we looking here in this slide?
So this is at 9:19 in the morning. This is a camera that was located at 1405 Wintergreen Drive, which is just southeast of Bronze Circle where the victim lived. The victim drove northbound on Wintergreen Circle and then turned west onto Bronze Circle toward his house.
Has approximately 8 minutes elapsed since he left the Robertos.
Approximately, yes. There's his vehicle. Making the westbound turn on Bronze Circle.
And so that's Bronze Circle beyond that tree there?
Yes.
Okay.
And then at 10:03, the victim left his residence again, traveled north on Wintergreen to Vegas Drive. And then this camera is located at 7200 Periwinkle. It's on Wintergreen, just south of Vegas, and it'll show the victim driving north on Wintergreen and then turning eastbound onto Vegas Drive at about 10:03 in the morning.
Did you also, at this point, with this type of footage, look to see if there's any red Yukons following him?
Not yet.
Okay.
Here you can see he makes the turn, and there are no other vehicles that follow him.
All right. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So this is the first time that I captured the red Yukon Denali at 10:26 in the morning, traveling southbound on Rock Springs Drive. This is, you can see in the yellow there where Mr. Gurman's residence is located. It's a couple blocks to the east. And this is again at 10:26 in the morning, and it was captured by a camera on the east side of that address. And then these are just stills as the vehicle drove by too fast to be of any use.
What's significant about this area?
At 10:26 in the morning, further down the street on Rock Springs is Cornflower Drive. This video was recovered from 7125 Cornflower Drive at 10:26 in the morning, and the red Yukon drove west on Cornflower. And it's captured by that camera on the north side of the house.
Okay.
At 10:30 in the morning, the house on the corner of Wintergreen and Vegas at 7200 Periwinkle. The victim drove west on Vegas Drive, then turned southbound onto Wintergreen back into the direction of his house. Again, you can see there are no other vehicles that followed the victim into the neighborhood.
And what's significant about?
So So 1039, saw the red Yukon traveling from westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen. This is the same direction that the victim had just traveled. And again, 1039 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle, and it was the camera located on the east side of the residence.
If we just go back for a second. So this is at 10:30. So Garriman's coming in at 10:30, and this is approximately 9 minutes later.
Yes.
Is that the work truck behind him? Nope.
And all of these videos are at the actual speed. When I reviewed the surveillance videos, I slowed these down to a quarter to an eighth of the speed so that I could look at details.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a still from that last video from 7200 Periwinkle. And this shows the suspect who's clad in an orange traffic shirt, sitting in the driver's seat. The passenger visor is down and the driver visor is down.
Did that take on later significance for your investigation, Detective?
It did.
Why is that?
When I went to Mr. Teaz's residence several days after the murder, I located that a similar red Yukon Denali parked in his driveway. And everything that I had seen on the surveillance video was similar to Mr. Teaz's video, or to Mr. Teaz's vehicle, including the fact that that passenger visor was still down.
Okay, we're gonna pause that.
Shake your head all you want. License plate match. Unless you covered them. That's even more suspicious.
Okay, at this time, we're going to ask permission to admit states 313, 314, 317, 319, 322, and 325.
Objection number 2.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do to make it a little easier, I'll walk up and show the jury so we don't have to keep moving the computer. But take a look at these exhibits and tell me if you recognize what we're looking at there.
So these are photographs taken of Mr. Teaz's vehicle as he was parked in the driveway in front of his residence on the date that we executed the search warrant.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that jumped out to you was when you saw that vehicle at his house parked, there was something about the visor that jumped out to you. What was that again?
That the visor was down in the same position that it was in this surveillance picture.
Okay. I want to show you 317 and 319. Is that depicting what you're talking about?
It is.
There's no license plate on the front.
There in that photograph, on that PowerPoint.
We have to have one in Texas, front and back.
Thank you very much.
I don't know what their laws are. Can y'all hear me?
There's also one other feature that I saw. If you look,
There's no question. All right. Detective, are there any other features that you noticed?
there was.
Okay.
I'll give you the question.
If you look at the surveillance photo on the screen, below the visor, on the edge of the window, next to the hood of the car, there's a light colored area. There was a similar light colored area on Mr. Teaz's vehicle when I found it parked in his driveway.
Detective Bog, why don't you step down for a second? Do you see it in this photograph? That light colored area?
Right there.
Let the record reflect the witness has pointed to the bottom right-hand corner of the front windshield of that Yukon Denali. And it looks almost, it's lighter, and it kind of looks orange.
Right there.
But it's not quite a rectangle.
I love red, but it oxidizes too easy.
That jumped out to you when you saw the car in person?
Correct.
I'd like to show you.
We have both front and back.
17. Do you see it?
Yes.
Can you? Why don't you come on down and show them what you saw when you looked at it in person.
So it's this light colored area right there.
Again, he's pointed in 317 to kind of a rectangular area right in the bottom corner of that front windshield. What's it say on the front passenger door there? Does that have lettering on that door?
Denali.
Okay, and when we look at 322 here, what does it say on the front passenger door?
Denali.
Tell me about the wheels for a second. Are the rims similar?
They are.
Okay. May I have approaching with page 322?
Well, then it's illegal.
The front passenger windows. Anything significant about the front passenger windows as it relates to the rear windows?
So as I reviewed the surveillance video, I noticed that the front driver and front passenger window were not tinted, but the windows behind them were. When I
Which is
arrived at
common.
Mr. Tejas' residence, I noticed that the driver and front passenger window were not tinted and the rest were.
Showing the jury.
All of mine are tinted, but the back are darker.
When you watch this video or this Denali on the video surveillance, do you see any bumper stickers or decals or anything like that?
None.
And when you saw Mr. Tejas' or Tellis's car in its driveway, did it have any stickers on it anywhere?
No.
Publishing 313. Okay, let's move back to this presentation. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So this is at 10:39 in the morning, again from the 1405 Wintergreen residence. The red Yukon drove south past the house, and the driver appeared to be the only occupant in the vehicle.
Yep, you could see the sun visor down on the passenger side there.
And then less than a minute
And
later, that same Yukon drove north on Wintergreen.
Now, did you noted that there was something about the license plate that was significant in the footage?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Didn't appear to have a rear license plate during the time that I saw it driving around the neighborhood.
He took it.
How long had you been a police officer for?
About 40 years.
How many years on homicide?
20.
Have you ever had a case when a suspect might, I don't know, remove his license plate when going off to commit a crime?
When they're going to commit a crime.
Thank you. Let's move on. What do we have here in this slide?
So this is 37 seconds later at about 10:40 in the morning. The red Yukon drove south on Wintergreen Drive and stopped momentarily across the street from 1405.
He had none.
And this is where it pulls in and stops.
Now, Detective, I don't know if you were familiar with this, but were you aware that there was like a sewer repair project going on in that area?
I was.
So remind me, when you're driving down that road, what street are you heading towards now?
Cornflowers down that way.
Okay.
There's-
I just wanted to see if maybe when we get to a map, I just kind of want to see if you can help me.
Blow it up. Is that him?
Why are these pictures isolated?
Those are just two stills of the Yukon and the suspect sitting in the driver's seat as they were parked across the street from 1405.
And any significant about the windows?
Same thing, the front passenger and the front driver window were not tinted, the rest were.
All right. Okay, so cornflower. So this is the area that we're talking about here?
Yes.
Okay, so when we looked at that last footage, is the car, I'm assuming this is north, south, east, west, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so when we saw the footage with the construction truck where there's that interaction, can you come down here and show me where that interaction is? And then where does the red Yukon kind of drive towards?
So this is Bronze Circle right here, Mr. Garman's residence. The Yukon parked right across the street here for a brief instant. That sewer truck backed up here, and then the Yukon drove south on Wintergreen. Okay.
Does that man have hair? Let's stop. Whoa. Y'all, I got a question. I want you to look at this. I want you to see this. Does that person look like they have hair? Look at the shape of the head. Could be. Could be a wig. Very much could be a wig. But look at the face shape. I want to see his profile. That looks a little suspicious to me. So now I'm going to zoom in on him. Yeah, hard to tell there. Okay. Way no go. Looks different. Oh, I thought it was on stage. There we go.
What are we looking at here?
This is another video of the Yukon as it drove west on Lunar Light Drive in front of 6905 at about 10:49 in the morning.
Is this a still from that footage?
Yes.
And now what are we looking at here?
10:54 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle. This is just south of Vegas on Wintergreen. The red Yukon turned south onto Wintergreen Drive from westbound Vegas Drive, and the driver was still wearing the orange shirt.
This is a still from that?
Yes.
Okay. What about this footage here?
So this is 7200 Bronze Circle. It's right at the corner of Bronze Circle and Wintergreen. At 10:56 in the morning, the red Yukon was captured on the surveillance camera on the east side of the house. It stopped briefly, and then it continued south on Wintergreen Drive, and you can see the yellow reflective bands on the suspect's shirt. And then between 10:59 and 11:01, the suspect seen here with the beige gardener hat, the orange shirt with the reflective stripes, the dark pants, and the gray tennis shoes, walked north and south along Wintergreen briefly before he continued north on Wintergreen.
What are we
And-
looking at here?
So this is from 1405 Wintergreen Drive. That video was corrupt. It had a lot of blank spaces in it where there was just static. It did not show the arrival of the Denali in front of the residence, but at 11:01 hours, when the video started up again, the Denali was already parked.
All right. Now, why is this footage significant, sir?
So this is where I capture the suspect walking south on Wheatland Way. And then after he walks south past 1505 Wheatland, he turns around and walks northbound again up to Periwinkle. And here you can see the suspect with his hat, his jacket, the pants, the shoes, and he was also carrying a bluish gray bag with dark straps on it.
The hat is killing me, y'all. That looks like an old woman gardening hat, not a hat a workman wears. Weird. That looks weird. Yeah.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
It's 7200 Bronze Circle. We've seen the video from this house several times. The camera on the east side of the house faces Wintergreen, and this will show the suspect at about 11:16 in the morning walking south on the sidewalk along Wintergreen toward Bronze Circle.
And just to be clear, when we looked at the footage before, we were looking at footage from Wheatland Way, right?
Yes.
And so was the final footage, is he walking north around that corner? Is that what we're seeing there?
He's coming south
So he's
on
walking.
Wintergreen
So he's
toward Bronze Circle.
So he's on that road up there making his way towards Wintergreen.
Periwinkle, yes.
Is that, I can't see the Brown Circle blocking it. Wouldn't say Periwinkle behind the Brown Circle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's what we see on the previous footage. And now we're going to.
Hey, Matt?
Continuation. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
This is the suspect, still dressed the way he was on the previous video, walking south toward Bronze Circle.
What are we looking at here?
This is, again, the same camera faces northwest from 1405 Wintergreen toward Bronze Circle. And you can see the suspect at about 11:17 walking westbound on Bronze Circle along the sidewalk.
What is significance about the next slide?
So this is surveillance video from directly across the street from Mr. German's residence. It's located at 7217 Bronze Circle. At about 11:17 in the morning, the suspect walks westbound on Bronze Circle, where the red dotted line is, to the west side of Mr. German's residence. When he leaves, several minutes later, he walks back eastbound on Bronze Circle toward Wintergreen, where the blue dotted line is.
Okay, so the red dotted line signifies the approach and the blue signifies the exit.
Yes. can see the suspect in the upper part of the video.
Is there division, there's not additional footage at
No,
this
you
point?
just click it again.
Okay.
Right, this is another camera on that same residence, and this is facing north toward Mr. Gurman's garage and the west side of his house. And you can see the suspect walking across the driveway up to the gate area on the west side of the house. Okay, you can go to the next slide.
What are we
So
looking at here?
11:21 hours, the victim's garage door opens, and then you'll see Mr. Gehrman walk from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen back to that gate area. And he's wearing the same clothes that he was wearing at the time that he was at the Roberto Taco Shop. And as soon as he gets back near the gate, you'll see the suspect come out. Right there. So the attack occurs over here on the west side of the garage.
If I was his attorney, I would desensitize him to this video to a certain point. Whether he did it or not, I would desensitize him because he's being scrutinized by the jury and all of us when he watches it.
And here comes the suspect. And now he's going to leave the area eastbound on Bronze Circle. This is back to the other camera angle at the same address. You can see him walking along the sidewalk again.
So calm. So calm. Like nothing happened. Man, I'd be running like a bat out of hell. Really.
And he continues walking eastbound to Wintergreen.
What are we looking at here?
This is 11:25 in the morning. The camera.
I think this is our last witness for the day.
The suspect walked to the red Yukon from Bronze Circle, put his bag into the left rear seat. Then he got into the driver's seat and drove south on Wintergreen.
What are we
This is
looking at
just
here?
a still of the suspect getting into the driver's seat. And you can see the same hat, same jacket, pants, and shoes.
Moving on, what are we looking at here?
And this is 11:30 at 1501 Rock Springs Drive, which was an apartment complex located on Rock Springs. Recorded the suspect's red Yukon driving north on Rock Springs Drive toward Vegas Drive.
Is this just a still from that?
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this is 11:29 in the morning from the address at 7200 Periwinkle, again, the corner of Wintergreen and Vegas. And it shows the red Yukon turning from westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen at 11:29 in the morning.
Is this a still of that?
Yes.
What do we have in this slide?
We're back to 7200 Bronze Circle, the address directly across the street from Mr. Gehrman's residence. At 11:29, the suspect's red Yukon drove westbound on Bronze Circle, pulled up in front of Mr. Gehrman's house, stopped. The suspect got out of the driver's seat, went back to the area where the attack occurred, and then returned to his vehicle and left eastbound on Bronze Circle. Next slide. I think I might have froze up.
Oh, okay. I'll go back. No. Let's see. if I can do it, see if this does it.
West corner of Rampart and Charleston, and it has cameras on both the east side and the south side of the business, which cover Rampart and Charleston. And at about 11:47 in the morning, the red Yukon drove south on Rampart toward Charleston.
And it's about a 5-mile distance between these two residences. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Is this the still footage from that PF Chang's?
Yes. Vehicle then turned westbound onto Charleston, and at 11:48, the camera on the south side of the PF Chang's captured the vehicle as it drove westbound.
Is that a still?
Did he say PF Chang's?
Yes.
Oh God, I love that place. Haven't been in
What
years.
are we looking at here?
We don't have one.
Continued canvassing further west on Charleston, and there was a camera located at the entrance of the Avondale Apartments at 9225 West Charleston. And 11:48 in the morning, it captured the red Yukon traveling westbound on Charleston toward Apple.
And is that just in the corner over there? Is that the PF Chang's?
Yes.
Okay. And to the right corner for the record. Is this a still from that Avondale footage?
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
So at 11:50 in
Yep.
the morning,
Till 7 my time,
the
5 their time.
medical offices located in 9499 West Charleston Boulevard captured the red Yukon traveling south on Apple.
Is that the footage?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
And now we're back to Pidgeot Elementary School at 9601 Red Hills Drive. At 11:51 in the morning, it captured the red Yukon traveling traveling westbound on Red Hills and then making a northbound turn onto Silk Tassel toward Mr. Teaz's residence.
And if we could just go back for a second, where is Red Hills in relation to, we're gonna look at that slide in a minute. Can you show us where Red Hills is in relation to the previous footage? And maybe just come down and show us.
So Apple Drive is right here, and then this is Red Hills.
And is this the Pidgeot Elementary here?
Yes.
And this is that road that gets to the south? Okay. Thank you. Let the record reflect the witness identified a road that was kind of yellow highlighted going vertically on the picture as being Apple. And then he indicated the yellow highlighted road going left to right as being Red Hills. And then indicated a road in between Spanish Steps and Red Hills as Tassel.
Silk Tassel.
Silk Tassel, sorry about that. So I have a couple other questions. You mentioned that you did extensive canvassing, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, ultimately, there was a search warrant executed at Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That's correct.
Was there a search for surveillance cameras attached to that house?
There was.
Were you able to collect any footage from that house?
I located a camera. If you're looking at the garage, it would be up near the roof line to the right. The residence was searched for digital video recorders by other detectives and digital forensic detectives. We were unable to recover any digital surveillance video from that camera. They did recover some from a Ring camera, but it had no evidentiary value.
Was anything disconnected?
I don't recall whether anything was disconnected or it was just not recording.
Okay, so
Miss
bottom line,
Kevin,
you
go
didn't
to
get anything
Discord,
from
please.
that house, even though there are cameras at that house.
That's correct.
Here's another question. did you canvass or search that neighborhood to see if there were any other red Yukon Denali's in his neighborhood?
I drove the area as part of the surveillance team, and I didn't see any other red Yukons in that neighborhood. It's a rather small neighborhood.
Okay. Additionally, as another role in your case, did you have anything to do with reviewing historical tower record data regarding Mr. Tellis's phone?
I did.
Based on that data, during the time of when this killing occurs, does the historical phone data from the phone show any movement on the phone?
It does not. It appears that his phone was located at his residence. It relayed through several cell sites located in the area of his residence, not near Mr. Gurman's residence.
Okay. Have you had situations in your investigations?
Objection calls for speculations.
Well, Your Honor, maybe, can we approach? Can we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Y'all, this has been interesting. Not from me, Scum. I've been up till 4 a.m. watching YouTube. I'm heading to bed soon, though, although I've been up early. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Fully get it. Fully get it. Fully get it. Thank you so much. This trial to me, it's not boring in the sense of we're not getting information and it's just blah blah blah. I mean, we're getting very good information, but it's what we call dry because there's no drama. They're doing their job appropriately. This is what, third, fourth objection, if that. I'm impressed. They are doing it appropriately, and the judge is not micromanaging. This is a very clean trial, in my humble opinion. But his reaction to shaking his head no on the vehicle and some other stuff to me, and this, he's got these puppy dog eyes, this little puppy dog look on his face all the time. Um, yeah, I'm not believing it. I'm not. They have too many things to be coincidental with that vehicle. And the fact that the license plates were removed, that's very purposeful. Very
So,
interesting.
Detective, how many years have you been working how many years do you work as a police officer?
Approximately 40.
Were you with Metro when cell phones started coming onto the scene? That'd be fair. I don't want to date anything, but I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, so cell phones have been around less than 40 years. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been there for the beginning of it. What are historical phone records?
So historical phone records, you get them in a couple different formats. One of them is call detail records. Call detail records can include not only your voice communication, but also your data and text messaging. And if there is normally with all of your voice communications, unless it's voice over internet, you're going to connect to a cell site. So that location of the cell site is recorded on the call detail records. There are some phone providers that actually will locate their text messaging onto a cell site, and you can get that location information from there, as well as data. Other phone companies do not provide location data with text messaging.
Okay. How are these utilized in terms of reviewing records to see a phone interact? What's the significance of a phone interacting with a cell tower? Why is that significant for your investigations?
So a couple different things. It gives me an idea of where geographically that phone is located at the time it makes a connection to the cell site. There's also other data that the phone companies use where they will actually ping your phone just so that they can test their network to determine where there's bad connection, where there's good connection. And we can use that data to also locate where a phone is. Now, I can't locate where the person is unless I can associate them making calls that they normally make at the time that that phone makes a connection to a cell site.
Or for example, you might end up getting a download of the phone at a later point. Maybe you see text messages being sent and you can see, maybe based on the context of it, oh, this particular person that we think is linked to the phone is using it based off of maybe the message that they're sending, things like that.
That's correct.
Are historical phone records significant or helpful for your investigations?
They're quite helpful in investigations.
Why?
Well, we can determine where someone's phone could be at the time that a crime was committed. We can track them using their phone location at various times when they're making calls or sending text or using data.
In your experience of 4 decades, have you made arrests in part based off of tracking the movements of a suspect's phone?
Absolutely.
Okay. And have you testified in court about this very information that we're talking about?
Numerous times. I'm an expert in the 8th Judicial District Court.
Okay. Have you had experiences where a suspect, have you had experiences, I think you've explained this already, but have you had experiences where suspects, moved around with the phone and you could see that phone moving in relation to your crime?
Yes.
Okay. Have there been situations though where a phone may have been left behind by a suspect?
Yes.
Have there been situations where suspects have just turned off the phone, maybe during the relevant time period?
Yes.
Those are 2 ways to maybe not get picked up right through the historical data.
That's correct.
And just to be clear, during this time period of when this killing occurs, his phone is pinging off of towers right next to his house, correct?
Correct.
Court's indulgent. I have no further questions. Oh, okay. Any objections?
No objection.
All right. We have states proposed 311 and 337 have been admitted by stipulation. May I approach? Sir, do you recognize what you're looking at in these images?
Yes, these are still photographs of the suspect as he walked north on Wheatland, where you saw him walking south, and he turns around and goes back northbound again toward Periwinkle. In this case, this photo is actually zoomed in from the regular video, and it shows the beige landscaping hat with the 3 black ventilation rings on the right side. It shows a black band that goes through the hat up here and then kind of goes around. And then there's also a black trim around the front of the hat, the rim. Shows the gray backpack with the black straps, the orange traffic vest with the reflective stripes on it, the blue pants, and the gray and dark tennis shoes.
And now that it's at least queued over, I'll wrapping up, but I'll publish 337. Fair to say 311 and 337 are essentially the exact same photo, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll just move this out of the way. And let's publish 337. Zoom out. Okay, so this is what you were just referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness.
So at this time, we are going to conclude for the evening. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media.
Okay, guys, forgive me. I'm dealing with something pretty serious. I can't share with you what it is. But did the cross happen, or was that strictly state?
We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Juror number 3, if you don't mind staying behind for just a minute. Other than that, everyone else is excused.
Thank you. All right, scratching jury, please, sirs. Yeah,
So that's 1 p.m. my time. Wow. Court starts late there. Court starts really late there. Okay. Hey, the mouse get some rest. Guys, I hate to end this so quickly. That ain't my music. Okay, I'm going to turn me up a little bit. Is that better? Okay. Yeah, I think the state rested on that person. Tomorrow we'll be back. Central 1, their time, 11, 2 o'clock East, and we'll start there on this case. So I appreciate you. I got to do this. It's driving me crazy. I appreciate you also very much. This is going to be an interesting case. It's so clean. I just there's going to have some kind of a tisk somewhere in this. We're going to have some drama, but right now it's really good. It is now 7 p.m. my time. I am going to hop off because I prepare for tomorrow. I have another meeting I have to get to urgently. But you guys are amazing, and I just thank you so much. I bless you, and remember, everybody has a bad day. So if you see someone struggling, show them a little love. You may be the only kindness they get that day. Till tomorrow, see you later. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.